Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the final budget day of this special meeting of Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Before we get right into it, typically during final budget day, if anyone has any opening comments, ideally brief, I would take them at this time. With respect to the budget, I do in past years recall Councillor Gazzola has requested, and I think it's a wise idea, that all of the votes today are recorded votes. So we'll just get that out there out of the way right now. And so if you do have any comments, please queue in. First I have Councillor Singh.
I accidentally pressed the button, but I'll quickly just make a couple comments.
Okay, very good.
No, I think this is a very important budget, more so because we have three new members of council around the horseshoe, and I think the perspective and insight that they bring has animated the budget discussion more so, and I think that has bettered the community. The budget that's before us, I think, is progressive, and at the same time, it's responsible. So that's all.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, I'd like to make a brief comment. I'm going to start off by saying to staff that throughout the day, as I've often done, I'm going to be challenging you, but that I want to make it very clear that I appreciate the work that staff have done. I know from my experience how much work is involved in getting to this stage. I don't agree with a lot of things you're putting forward, but they're not wrong. You're all knowledgeable professionals. I do want to point out that I'm disappointed again with the lack of transparency on part of council by not having any votes at our committee meetings to let everyone know where we stand. I mean, I gather that from now on, when we have committee meetings, we won't be taking votes because we won't have all the information. That's the same principle if we're going to follow that. I've done my homework. I've spent a lot of time in reviewing the information before us because I don't want to be labeled again by the mayor of willy-nilly ideas. Okay. I've done my homework. I campaigned on a total bill to our customers of within the inflation rate. I have been pushing for that for the number of past years. And that's within the inflation rate for all the services we provide to our customers, not just the one part of a tax. Things have been shifted around so much in the past few years that a lot of things that were taxed are now on enterprise budgets and what have you. So the proof is, in the final analysis, the total bill to our customers needs to be at or lower than the rate of inflation. I won my election, so I take it that is what my constituents want, because I know some of the people that were running against me had different ideas on that topic. So I want to point out that I really believe we can do that without closing swimming pools and skating rinks. There's lots of room in our budgets to do those things. But maybe we have to sort of cut back on some of the things we're doing. In the 10-year capital forecast we've added $48 million. It's a lot of money. Maybe we don't need to do all of that new stuff. We've added millions for catch-up on our infrastructure, a whole new program. We're looking after that catch-up on the infrastructure. We've increased our savings. I looked in the financial statements last night. Going from 2013 to 2017, 4 years, we've increased our reserves from 37 million to 61 million. That's a humongous increase. We can't do everything. We can't do new stuff, catch up with our infrastructure, and try to put away savings. If we do, we end up with a bill to our customers of higher than the inflation rate. Departmental budgets, in reviewing them, 24 out of 29 cost centers in our department budgets have increased by more than the inflation rate. I just want to point out, I see members from the library board here and from the library. They came in bottom line within the inflation rate. So, but that's not what most of our departments at City Hall. They are 24 out of 29 cost centers over the inflation rate. Revenue projections have been very conservative. There's room to improve the bill to our customers. I believe if there's a will, there are plenty of ways. I will try. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. Mayor Rabinovich.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Davey, and I too would like to begin by thanking staff for all the work that's been done in bringing a budget forward to Council for consideration today, and to the previous two meetings, in particular the operating and the capital meeting, that I believe reflects the desires and wills of our community, and what the majority of this council campaigned on. In fact, if we look at our Environic survey, we've seen some changes from the last survey that was done 4 years ago, or 5 years ago in 2013, versus the one that was done in 2018. And what, quite frankly, has surprised me is that in that survey we saw a 6% increase in those who were willing to increase taxes more than the rate of inflation in order to expand services, and a 4% decrease in those who said maintain taxes and possibly cut services, and a 2% decrease in terms of those who said increase at the rate of inflation and maintain services. But overall, we are sitting at 75% of our residents who, in a statistically accurate survey, who said either maintain or increase the taxes in order to deal with the services that we provide as a city. There was a 6% percentage that was unsure in both instances. And I think that's important for us to reflect on. While I certainly would not be here today advocating that we look at going beyond the rate of inflation in terms of property taxes, I think we need to recognize that there are those in our community, an increasing number of those, who are actually saying that that is something that maybe we should be looking at. And I think that's something we're going to have to explore in the coming years in terms of what does that mean? Is it reflective of maybe some of the difference that exists between CPI and MPI, and so on? I recognize that there will be differing priorities and values around this horseshoe in terms of the ideas put forth today and the kinds of budget priorities that we collectively see for the city. That's what makes a strong council, and that's what ultimately, I believe, makes for better decisions collectively. I do believe, however, that as we make these decisions, it's incredibly important that we not only think about today, but part of our responsibility, part of our fiduciary duties, is also to think about the future. And part of that means that we cannot be putting, in my belief, the burden of past generations and of our current generation simply, looking to try to put it on future generations. That, in my view, would be irresponsible. It also would not allow us to avail ourselves of some of the monies that are being made available from other orders of government. So I would ask that Council keep that in mind as we reflect on the decisions before us today. We're obviously trying to build the kind of community we want to see, that people want to live, work, and play in, not only today, but for decades to come. And that requires both efficient and effective use of our current dollars, as well as a vision and appropriate stewardship of our community for its future. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll comment briefly as well. Of course, I have to acknowledge the fact that this is a tremendous body of work by staff, and while I thought it was reasonably representative of this council when we started, especially in the context of an election year, I think more so some of the items that we have added here that members of council have requested through issue papers, I think it's going to be even more so, and hopefully we can implement some of those by the end of the day. In terms of the target where we are, I'm actually quite proud of the direction that we're going in. It wasn't too long ago that our combined water rates were projected to be in excess of 10%. It was last year reduced to 6.5%. It'll be 6.5% this year, and that's an ugly number to be sure. But this is the last year, if our projections are correct, that we're even going to see an increase that high in our combined water rates. Supposed to go down to 4.5% for our next budget. And that's the part that's not really controllable, I don't think. That's something you either fund or you risk public safety and health. The other part is the levy side, where we can control. We have a great amount of control, and we are under the rate of inflation, as is mandated through several surveys, showing that that's the resident preference. But what strikes me is that question really says a maintenance of services at the rate of inflation. And year after year, we've actually increased. We've been quite progressive within that inflationary target. Now, that's due to a lot of good work, internal efficiencies by our staff, but it's also because past councils they've been wise. They've hung on to our gas utility and our hydro utility, and that really contributes to the bottom line as well. So we're in a strong financial position now, and I think we do owe future residents to be progressive, but also make sure we're not so progressive that we leave the cupboard bare for those future councils. So again, I don't see significant changes throughout the budget today. I do see some progressive items in here that I will be able to support, but I do think it's important at the end of the day we do end up under that inflationary target. So with that, I'll change it over to our CIO for opening comments.
I'm just the... Turn it on. There we go. Good morning, Chair Davey and members of committee. I'm pleased to be here to bring some very brief remarks to kick off your final budget day deliberations. I think members of council have already spoken to it, but I know you would agree with me that there is a lot indeed packed into this 2019 budget. I'm pleased to say that the budget does align with the direction that council has previously set for the tax rate increase as well as for our utility rates. And in addition to maintaining existing tax-supported services at the rate of inflation, the budget would see significant incremental investments in water infrastructure and replacement to an aging and increasingly fragile water system. As well, there are targeted investments in 4 priority areas that are important to council in general and also to the community based on the input we've received to date. I wanted to address 3 issues specifically that have been raised by council members in previous discussions. And so I'm in the second box on this page in front of you. And the first relates to the 14 full-time equivalent or FTE staffing requests that are included in the budget. And it's certainly true that very few staff positions have been added through recent budgets here at the City of Kitchener. And some of you may think that 14 is a large number of staffing additions, and for others you may see it as a fairly modest increase. And so I think it's important that I put that number into perspective for you this morning. This staffing addition in 2019 would represent growth in headcount of 1.1%. This is well below the rate of growth in terms of population or assessment that we're seeing within the community. But more significantly, I think, the ratio of our headcount to our population has been falling steadily and dramatically over the past 5 years. 5 years ago, the number of staff members per 1,000 population was 5.7. In 2018, the number is 4.6. That's a 20% decline in the level of headcount per population, even while the community has been growing dramatically over that time frame. This demonstrates that there has been considerable restraint on the part of council and staff over headcount growth, despite the growth that we've seen in the community over that time frame. And I'd be lying if I didn't say to you today that there is considerable unmet need within the organization. There are demands that we see, and we're feeling the strain in certain areas. But that said, the corporate leadership team discouraged management staff from bringing forward new FTE requests through this budget. Even having set this tone, departments made very strong cases for 27 new FTEs that were considered carefully by the corporate leadership team. All of them had good cases behind them, but only 14 were supported even to make it to council for further consideration. The key point I would make is that all of those staffing increases have been funded within a tax-supported levy increase at or below the rate of inflation. The second point I wanted to make relates to Carl's Air Square, and there was conversation with council around staff's ability to find funding for that project within the 10-year capital forecast. This was achieved in large part because of the work that staff did to review existing capital balances that resulted in returning $4 million of unexpended capital balances to the capital pool to fund new projects and priorities, primarily Carl's Air Square. And this is no different than prior years where emerging pressures were often funded in that year by identifying closeouts from existing capital balances. The last point I wanted to allude to, and I think Councillor Gazzola raised it again this morning, is the fact that the value of the 10-year capital forecast has increased by $59 million compared to last year's approved forecast. I want to be clear that this was anticipated. This is no surprise, and it's in large part or primarily tied to the increased investments in water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure which have been previously endorsed by Council. I believe that this increase provides direct value to utility customers. And there's a key measure that stands out to me, and that is the fact that the amount of reconstruction work, so the replacement of water, sewer, stormwater pipes, and roads, will more than double between 2019 and 2028. You see the numbers in the slide. Currently, we're replacing 5.8 kilometers of road per year, including the underground infrastructure, and by 2028, that number will be 12.9 kilometers per year. This is a fundamental shift, but it is necessary to maintain the integrity of the water system. It has been supported through public input, and it cannot be achieved within an inflationary utility rate increase. The year 2019 will provide the opportunity for Council to shape the direction of its future budgets, the budgets for the balance of the term. A lot of work is happening through which you will give direction that will influence the capital forecast and the operating budget. For example, the Leisure Facilities Master Plan and the Development Charge Study will be completed before June of this year and will determine the direction of the 10-year capital forecast starting in 2020. Other strategies and processes, such as the Long-Term Financial Plan and the Urban Forest Strategy, will also inform future budgets. And we do look forward to receiving your direction through those processes, and we'll build a budget for 2020 that does reflect that direction. Before I conclude my remarks, I would like to echo the sentiments of the three council members that spoke to acknowledge the good work of our finance team, budget preparers across the city, and the corporate leadership team for their care in preparing what I believe is an excellent budget for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lautenbach, you're taking us through. There's no questions.
Good morning, Chair Davey and members of committee. It's final budget day, and so I'm excited that we're at this point in the home stretch looking at the budget today with approval later in the day anticipated. I do want to also just thank staff for the efforts in terms of bringing the budget forward and preparing the budget, in particular Ryan Higgy and the financial planning staff that support departments throughout the process, but also the corporate leadership team, staff within departments and divisions that many of you have come to answer questions as well through the process, as well as the boards. A lot of work goes into putting the budget together, and so certainly I want to acknowledge them and thank them today. We've been on a bit of a journey with the budget, starting at the beginning of this month with the first day reviewing the operating budget. And at that time, we talked about the fact that the operating budget really does help support the programs and services that we're delivering for the community. And something that we've heard consistently through surveys that have been conducted is that generally the public is satisfied with the services that the city provides. And so we always try to maintain the same service levels as the previous year. And that's something that we've been able to achieve again this year in 2019. But we also look at what are some of the pressures that we're facing in terms of the budget and some enhancements that are needed to support operations as we move through the next year. And so we've brought some of those issues forward to you in issue papers that you've considered on that first day, and we have follow-up issue papers that we'll be discussing later on in the day as well. We then had day two, which we looked at the capital budget and talked about the fact that it's really intended, a large portion of it, to address our infrastructure needs in terms of asset renewal and replacement. It also identifies new assets and growth that we expect to be happening in the community, and you see that reflected in the forecast with development that's expected, particularly in the south end of the city. We know that is some area that we will see growth over time. But the one thing that I would encourage Council today is, as we look at the budget, that really focus on 2019, the priorities that are included this year, because as Mr. Chapman has indicated, there will be a number of chances during 2019 to really influence what you see in the 2020 budget for and the term of Council, but also the capital forecast. As part of day two, we also talked about reserve and reserve funds, and we talked about our debt to reserve ratio and the fact that we're seeing some positive trends in that regard. But also just a general sense that we are in a good financial position moving ahead. But one of the things that we will be looking at in 2019 is also a comprehensive review of our reserve and reserve funds through the long-term financial plan work that will be conducted. And so advice for you today as well is not to focus as much on that topic, but again, focus on the operating budget and the capital budget in 2019. When we look at the proposed budget increase, we've discussed the household impact, and one of the things that we do try every year is to consider what that impact might mean for residents in the community. We look at benchmarks, and we've talked about that before with a BMA study that is done and conducted across the province comparing municipalities. And we've seen through that study that our taxes are below the provincial average. And when you also look at that study in terms of the water and sewer rates, we are also below the average as well. And so I think that reflects that we have been responsible in terms of the budgets that have been brought forward to Council in the past and continue to do that. I will note and comment on as well is that we are seeing, though, a shift, I think, in some of the survey information we're looking at. When we talk about rate of inflation, there seems to be a preference that potentially going above the rate of inflation may be something the public's willing to accept when there is priorities that are addressed within the budget itself, and so that's something we will look at over time. I think this slide also highlights the fact, again, that when you think about the sheer number of services that we provide to the community, it's not hard to see when you drive down the road and you see snowplows clearing snow this week, or when you think about warmer weather to come in the summer and parks are alive with activity. It's easy to see the city in action throughout the course of the year, and really gives you perspective that the budgets that we approve or the Council approves really sets the next year in terms of the services that are provided, and it's good value for the residents of the City of Kitchener. So when I think about the story for the 2019 budget, typically, the focus would be on things like the rate increase. And I don't think, although the rate of inflation budget and the fact that we've been able to deliver what's in the budget within that is a good news story, as well as moving ahead with our water infrastructure program. I think the story is really about the strategic investments. And if I would think about the headline that would summarize sort of this budget, in my mind it would be that Kitchener is building a brighter future. That the priorities that you see in front of you to consider in the budget both deal with current needs that the community has identified as being important, but are also forward-thinking in terms of moving ahead this year and laying the groundwork for what we want to see in terms of a community and a city 5 years from now and in the future as well. So when you think about the investment in road safety and cycling, we've talked about protected bike lanes and a Dutch roundabout for your consideration. I think it would be progressive to move ahead with those items, and we heard support at Public Input Night related to making sure that cycling is done in a safe manner, also for pedestrians and also the traffic as well. Improvements to Iron Horse Trail, certainly the lighting would provide improvements in that project for safety, but also just general improvements for pedestrians that use the trail throughout the year. Snow clearing of bike lanes as well. Recognizing that active transportation is something that is occurring and needs to be considered throughout the year, and also increased resident-led traffic calming measures. And that's certainly something I think that you've heard from residents that you've commented on several times as we've talked about the budget. The next category, environmental sustainability. I think if you approve the budget today, it shows leadership that we're investing in this category by approving a sustainability program that will help us meet our GHG targets that Council has set and approved already. When you think about the establishment of an energy retrofit reserve, it also benefits the environment, but has a good business case in terms of the paybacks that come as part of that as well. So I think it's a smart decision. When you think about the investments with biodiesel fuel and some of the smart investments that you have heard about within fleet, again, it's also all helping us achieve those targets. And then finally, the urban forest strategy. We've heard that moving ahead with the first stage of the plan is something that there is support for in the community, and something that I think trees can often be the forgotten resource that also addresses needs for today, but also in the future. When we think about the customer service area and what's proposed in the budget with the online enhancements, I think it shows that we're committed to improving service for residents in terms of how we respond, how we provide information, and so it would be a key area to move ahead with. As well, we've already touched on the alignment of resources as we see a growing community, and how do we support that community and maintain the same service levels that residents have come to know and expect. I think are smart decisions to move ahead with. And then finally, I believe Kitchener is being responsible by maintaining and investing in infrastructure, and you see a number of priorities in the 2019 budget. The biggest one, obviously, in capital being the Carl Rosaire Square. We know that it's been well used as a central gathering place for events and the public over the last 25 years, and I think moving ahead at this time is the right time to ensure that for the next 25 years that it serves the same purpose and is well used at that time as well for residents currently, but also in the future. So when I think about all of these priorities, I certainly think that there is something in the budget for everyone in terms of reflections of feedback from the community. Obviously, if there are some priorities that you feel are not reflected in these, as we mentioned, there will be financial capacity within future budgets and processes this year that will be underway that will help inform what the next 3 years looks like for the term of council, but also the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you. There is just one question, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm not sure who would deal with it, but I want to go back to pages 5 and 6, which relates to our process in 2018. I just have a few questions. We have to look at where we've come from to see where we're going. So just on that, there were 14 out of 29 cost centers that all showed increase due to compensation costs. Did everybody get a raise last year over and above the normal inflation rate change? That's the explanation that's given to almost every other category there.
So on the reference to compensation costs, when you see increases in the salary or benefit lines, it's reflective of collective agreements that increases that would be provided through that process. There's also individuals that would be moving through the various stages of salary scale in terms of where they are within that band, and so that might reflect some of the increases that you see. As well, some of the new positions that were built into the budget would be reflected in some of the increases as well. So if there are positions that were shifted from some lines in terms of capacity in the budget, you may see it as a reallocation that's indicated on those budget lines.
So those are increased costs in addition to the normal inflationary increase that the employees received.
They would reflect the increase as according to collective agreements. It depends on the employees that are part of that group in terms of what increase that would be for them and where they are within various salary scales moving through various grids.
On F6, bad debts write-off is showing an 18% increase last year. What happened? What happened there? What?
So the increase to the bad debt expense, if I can just clarify, that's the question you're asking? Councillor Gazzola?
Yes.
So the increase is really just to reflect actuals that we're seeing related to that account. When we looked back at a history in terms of what our actual costs were, this increase is to reflect and adjust the budget to be more realistic in terms of what we expect.
And yet you're showing this year for penalties and interest, you're just showing a 2% increase. Would that not be, if your collections are getting behind, wouldn't that line be going up?
Generally, we do look at sort of the historical averages in terms of what our trends are. We also provide an inflationary increase sometimes if we feel that we expect that would be increasing. This year we felt that was a reasonable increase.
All right, what can you tell me under general expenses? Other expenses in this year's budget are increasing by 42%.
So as the comment indicates, it's due to allowance for any unsettled union contracts in that line, and then there is also some funding related to the corporate contact center to more accurately reflect that cost being allocated.
Well, this whole issue of the corporate contact, well, going back, there's restatements. I don't know where this restatement comes from, and does council ever deal with that, but as a result of the restatement, there's an additional $133,000 added to last year's budget. Is that correct?
So the restatements are a reflection of internal charges and truing up some of the internal charges between departments, and that's predominantly what's reflected in that line. So that is something that does happen year over year, where there may be some restatements to make sure that what we are comparing between 2018 and 2019 would be comparable.
But normally a restatement comes out to a zero balance, because some go up, some go down. The balance is zero.
So some of
does this reflect the fact that I don't know, what does it reflect?
So it reflects actually some of the charges between the enterprises and coming over to the tax base, because this is the tax supported side.
Okay.
So you'd see the flip side would be on the enterprise side.
So the enterprise has got a break of $133,000, and the taxpayers pick that up.
It's offset to true up what the allocation should be.
Yeah. So that happens. That can happen, yes. I have some concerns, and my questions really relate to what we're providing for this year. Investment income, our actual was 31% higher than budget last year. And yet, when we come in and put the figure for this year up, how much is investment income showing increasing?
So investment income is increasing by $725,000 that we've put towards the budget. We have reflected what we expect to be based on what current rates are right now. We are conservative when we look at our investment income. One thing that we will look at this year will be setting a threshold to know what would be the right amount to include within the budget, and bringing back sort of a policy around potentially revisions to that, to understand what we may need to set aside when rates go up. Obviously, it can provide a boost in revenue, but at the flip side of that, if rates go the other way, it can potentially be a difficult issue to deal with. And so we reflect what the actuals are at this point in time, and it's something that we will look at this year.
It's hard to defend. We received $940,000 more in interest last year than we expected, and this year we're only increasing our provision by $725,000. Interest rates are not going down. We know that. So if we were $940,000 over last year, we're going to be well over it again this year. The only point I'm making here is that you could add $400,000 to our interest income provision, and you would not be taking any risks. Okay. That's not your deal. That's council's. Penalties and interest were way off last year. What happened there?
Well, penalties reflect the arrears in terms of what on taxes, and so that would be varying throughout the year depending on if there are outstanding taxes on different properties.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola, if you have more questions, I'm going to get you to queue back in, okay?
I'll stop here because, I'll come back.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, very briefly, Mr. Chair, just focus on final -3, where it outlines the impact to the homeowner between the taxes, stormwater, water, and sanitary. And Councillor Gazzola raises a point which we do have to be cognizant of, that our rate increases to our utilities are more than the rate inflation, but yet we also have a responsibility to maintain our infrastructure. An aspect of the rate increase also has a component of the region of Waterloo rate increases, where for sanitary, for treatment of sewage, and for water, for providing that clean water for us. In these charts, can we not include what that region component is? So, do you have that figure for water in a 4.5 increase? What component of that is the region? And in sanitary, 8% increase, what component of that is the regions?
I believe there is a breakdown within the package. It's on
C-104.
Oh, yeah. 0104.
C-104.
So it indicates that the regional increase for water was 1.7, sanitary 4.8, for a total of 2.9 of the 6.5 combined.
So, and that's great, that's in there, but when we provide our final charts, so the only comment that I'm making to staff is I think we need to carry that on. It always needs to be provided what the regional impact is. It's not necessarily the full 4.5 or 8% that the city is increasing that's entitled, that money increases that are coming to the city of Kitchener alone for our utilities department, but as in essence, it's part of that is transferred to the region as well. And what component is that? I think that needs to be transferred throughout all our documentation for clear transparency and shows the ultimate impact isn't necessarily all of through the city of Kitchener alone. Just a comment.
Okay. Thank you, and I would generally agree. Mayor Vrbanovich.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to touch on the issue of investment income and so on. And I understand where staff is coming from in terms of being conservative, because, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but while we did see a trend in upward rates for a period of time, most recently I seem to recall that the big banks reduced mortgage rates slightly because, quite frankly, there wasn't an uptake. And so when that happens, that often results in a reduction in investment rates as well, does it not?
Well, the investment rates would be, obviously, the Bank of Canada will set sort of what that looks like. Certainly, there's been an indication that the rate increase that were projected to happen may not happen as quickly as they expected. So we always want to be conservative not to project too much revenue that may not materialize. We always want it to be on the good side of that, and so that's really what's reflected in how we budget in that line item.
And when we see ultimately a surplus in investment income, and assuming everything else in the budget is sort of consistent with what our plans were, the rest of those dollars don't just get spent. They actually end up in our year-end surplus, which ends up going into our tax stabilization fund, which is currently underfunded. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I think it's important that we keep that in mind as we consider, some of the information that's being discussed.
Thank you. Councilor Gazzola, I have you in the queue again. I just wanted to comment briefly on the same item. Do I personally believe that our investment income will be higher than the budgeted amount by staff? Yes, I do. But there's still a risk there. There has been a reversal in terms of the interest rate hikes. The U.S. federal government they didn't raise it yesterday, as a matter of fact. The general economy, we're seeing some businesses coming in not hitting their targets. So it's entirely possible that we could see either a freezing or a reversal of those. And I think that the amount that staff's raised it is appropriate. Councilor Gazzola.
No, I disagree with you. I've asked this for the last half dozen years, and every year when the end of the year comes along, actual actual figures are a lot higher than we project. If I'm on staff side, sure, I'm going to project conservatively. That's it's a lot easier to go wrong when you project conservatively. But I disagree. And I'm not saying when I increase the provision, the mayor has indicated, well, if we make more than we expected, it goes into tax stabilization reserve. I'm not saying that accusing anybody of wasting that money. I know it goes in the tax stabilization reserve, and it should be used then to help out our existing taxpayers. Just one question, another. On F6, the grand total shows, the bottom line shows $2.8 million. What is that?
The 2.8 would be the total increase related to tax support operations. And so if you look at, I think it's 070, it shows you the breakdown of how that number aligns with the proposed tax rate increase of 2.3%.
So I'm trying to understand. If I look at the grand total under 2018 projections of negative 570,000, does that indicate our budget, we overspent by 570,000?
No, it indicates that we had a slight surplus that we were projecting, and that was based on the August variance report that we provided to council. Okay, so our revenues are higher than, I'm having trouble finding, normally the bottom line usually comes out to zero. Our revenues equal our so that this is a projection column, so this would be based on what we expect at that time in August, projecting in terms of a slight year-end surplus.
Yeah. So you're looking at this, at 2018, of having had a $600,000 surplus.
At the time in August, that's what we were projecting. We are still working through what the final numbers would be. Yeah,
but now it's December. Do we have a better idea for? I mean, this is August, 6 months ago.
So generally, in March is when we would bring the final numbers to council in terms of where we ended on the year. There's obviously a lot of entries that have to get into the books to fully understand where we've landed in terms of surplus, and so that's why we use the projection that was last provided to council through the August variance.
Previously, on one of the slides, it talked about closing out capital accounts by $4 million. Normally in the past, we've been provided with a list of the accounts that have been closed out, and I don't remember ever reaching up into those higher figures. Do we have a list of all the accounts that have been closed out? That's normally provided.
We do have a list. Certainly we could circulate that through email out of interest for you.
Yeah, I would ask that you do that sometime when you get an opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Rabinovich.
Thanks. There was one question I forgot to ask. My apologies. Just in terms of our history, and Mr. Lautenbach, you may know the answer, or if not, we have the benefit of our former CFO still here, so we can ask him. But what has the city's history in over the last, I don't know, decade or so been in terms of investment funds?
Sure. I'll let Mr. Chapman take that question.
Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, I think we provided probably a few years ago in a budget some real detail around this issue. As council members know well, the economy goes in cycles, and so there was a cycle leading up to 2008, 2009 where growth was strong, investment rates were high, and council and staff had consistently increased the budget for supplementary taxes and for investment income to the high water mark. The economy then turned, growth slowed, investment rates were slashed, and we had a budget that we could not support and led to deficits. So council actually had to raise taxes to lower those budgets in a time of economic depression. And so our concern is that we don't find ourselves in the same place in good years, raising it to the high level, only in bad years to have no provision. And so I support what Mr. Lautenbach is looking to do this year, which is to establish a policy with council to say, even if rates are higher, is there an upper limit that we're comfortable to set these budgets at, and then have a policy for any excess so we don't find ourselves in a position of a downturn having to raise taxes at a time when people are most vulnerable.
And then that would speak to the whole notion that that policy could potentially be putting it into tax stabilization or wherever council ultimately decides and go from there. Okay, thank you.
So that sounds almost a little bit like an investment income reserve sort of account, but okay. Okay, there are no further questions. Let's continue.
All right. So I'm up for the rest of the day as far as discussion, but you'll be pleased to know that I won't be here very much. As we will see in the agenda and as you've looked through the budget package, you'll notice there's not a whole lot of staff presentation going on today. It really is about council making decisions today. So the content that you're provided is really just to drive that discussion. There are a number of follow-up issue papers that have been included in this year's in the final budget day package. You'll notice we tried something a little bit different in inserting them where it made sense within the presentation, so there's less flipping around. So hopefully that works. If that's an improvement, we will continue that going forward. And then the outcome from today is an approved budget. So yesterday I had emailed out the budget resolution. Each of you has a print version available to you here. We'll be updating things as we go. Returning councillors are familiar. We have the budget day tracker, the Excel spreadsheet, so as adjustments are made, we can do in real time say what the rate increase is and those things. There are some adjustments that we can't make on the fly, and so council will be passing the resolution, with that will ultimately reflect that. So if there are changes in capital, sometimes we have to come back with the final number and what have you. But essentially, committee will be dealing with it now, and then right after, there's a special council meeting to ratify all the budget resolutions that come forward from committee. We're going to start off, as noted in the overview, we'll be dealing with boards and the enterprises, capital, grants, tax-supported operating budget is the last thing, and then the final resolution. So boards are first. KPL is here. There's no budget adjustments, no actual changes to anything that was provided during operating or capital days. And you'll see that trend as we go through. There's a lot of follow-up issue papers, but most of the numbers that you're going to see are exactly the same numbers that were provided through the operating or capital package. So with that, we'll look for direction for KPL. If you're trying to follow along in the budget resolution, the grants are on resolution number 6 on your printout, so we'd be looking for passing of 6A, KPL's grant amount, and then 6B, Center in the Square following that.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple points in that since you brought up Mr. Heggie. Number one, I do think that I like how the issue papers are. I think it's appropriate how it's built in here, but it also might be a tiny bit confusing, so if you see that I'm missing something, please don't hesitate to jump in and let me know. Also, on those issue papers, I thought they're actually quite well done. There's more detail there than I expected. But I also would like to say, in terms of expediency for the day, I don't think we necessarily need to discuss all of them. I think some of them are pretty self-explanatory. So don't feel like you need to comment on each and every one unless, obviously you think we need to. So with that, we'll move along here. So KPL, if anyone has any questions, I will take them now, and I'll also look for a mover of those items. Councillor Gazzola.
I don't have any questions. I just want to compliment them. If you look at their total expenditures, budget to budget, they're up 2.05, which is something that 24 out of our 29 cost centers couldn't do. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
No questions. I'd just like to move the item.
Okay, so the library board items have been moved. I would agree with Councillor Gazzola's comments, so this will be our first recorded vote of the day. And that carries unanimously with those members present. Thank you. So next, we have the center in the square. I will point out the motion that Mayor Vabanovich will bring forward. I would only indicate that the first half of that is already implied or is explicit in staff's recommendation. Mayor Vabanovich.
Well, I got to put that motion forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I switched to you, so go ahead.
Oh, okay, sorry. Thank you, Madam Clerk, if I can ask you to, I guess, circulate these and put this on the screen. But it's what I alluded to at committee when we dealt with this. In fact, it's what I thought we were doing already. And so really it's, the motion is that approval be granted, that the transitional funding of 146,527 be dispersed from the tax stabilization reserve fund, and further that any year-end operating surplus in 2018 or 2019 be retained by Center in the Square's budget, be restricted to help fund its capital projects, but any deficit continue to be split between Center in the Square and the city 50-50.
Okay, so just a reminder, so this is essentially exactly as we've seen to this point. The only difference, although we did discuss it, is that we would let the Center in the Square board keep any surplus they would have for their 2018 year as opposed to just 2019 and going forward, okay? Any comments or questions on that? Mr. Mayor Vabanovich has moved it. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I just have a question. I'm totally supportive of where we're going. I just want to, I gather after 2019, we're going to go back to our normal process of splitting both the surpluses and the deficits? Is that implied?
I think it's implied that that is the case right now, but that could be revisited by council.
Yeah, okay, so that is the case right now. We don't.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's right. That's fine. Thank you. I support this.
Okay, no further comments. We'll take a recorded vote on this. And that carries unanimously. Sorry, does this cover, do we still need to vote on the general budget for the Center in the Square, or does that cover it? We're good? Okay, covered. Okay, let's move along then. Mr. Hagge, do you want to comment on this?
So, enterprises are next. Just to remind council, you've already set the rates for a number of the enterprises. So, golf building parking have already been set through the user fee discussion that happened in December. The gas utility rates were already set through a decision made, I believe it was October, November. So today, the only rates that are actually being discussed are water, sanitary, and storm, just to keep that in perspective. You will not see text before each of the enterprises. We do that sometimes, but there have been no changes to any of the numbers on any of the slides. They're exactly the same as they were during the operating budget presentation, so there's not commentary about what's changed or what's new or what's different. It's all exactly the same information. So we'll look to just approve them in order, starting with the building enterprise. And I guess budget resolution-wise, that would be back number 2 on at the front of the page. So we'd be going through essentially in order there from building enterprise down to.
Okay, so questions or comments on building enterprise only. Councillor Gazzola, is it on building?
No, actually it was on golf. I'll move the building enterprise.
Okay, I don't see any questions or comments on building, so we'll take that now. Recorded vote. And that carries unanimously. Now, any questions on the golf enterprise? Councillor Gazzola on golf?
You're showing a budget for 2019 of 479. It's lower than last year's budget of 502, but surely we will get at least to the 495 revenue for this year, would we not? Net revenue. We're being very conservative with that figure.
Mr. May.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my apologies. Councillor Gazzola, could you repeat the question? I'm not clear on what you're asking.
If you look on F31, the operations shows a net figure of 479. I said that's lower than last year's estimate of 502, but surely you'll match last year's actual of 495. You don't have to answer it, okay? I think you will, okay? So, but in line with that, the dividend transfer to the city is supposed to be equivalent to make up for property taxes, and it stayed the same at $75,000, and yet our taxes are going up a little bit every year. I would like to make a recommendation that we move that to $80,000 for 2019.
Okay, so for the benefit of the new members of the committee on Final 31, Councillor Gazzola, where you see dividend transfer at $75,000 all the way across the forecast, Councillor Gazzola is suggesting we change that for budget 2019 and beyond to $80,000.
I would move it right across the board.
You're moving that
look
moving
at
forward,
the
okay.
whole five.
So it's fairly self-explanatory if you look at that, what the implications are. Councillor Singh, go ahead, on golf.
I was actually waiting for parking, but I'll key back in. I'll make a quick comment, though. Although I appreciate the direction that Councillor Gazzola is going, we don't see a very stable position in our net revenue, as well as the reserves are also in deficit. So although it's a very minuscule increase by $5,000, still it's not in spirit of the current financial position of the enterprise.
Okay, Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you. So I just do want to pick up on where I think Councillor Gazzola was going with his questions, and it has to do with, so we had our projection for 2018 for the golf enterprise, which is lower than what budget was, and we're forecasting an even lower amount in 2019. And I'm just trying to understand why we think it's going to go even significantly lower.
Mr. May.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. What I can say is that this budget is set based on our actual expenses and our and the rates that we set, and so it's not as though we are generating a significant amount of revenue and retaining those that revenue over time.
No, I appreciate that, but I'm just trying to understand why we think it's going to be that much lower than it was. You know, I can understand that we've seen a decline. I mean, are we anticipating further declines in golf going forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that part of this is a function of the fact that our costs are going up faster and higher than the rates that we're charging to the golf users.
Okay. I mean, this is a small amount in the whole scheme of things, but it is something that maybe I'll have an offline conversation with the golf staff, because I'm struggling with that a little bit as well.
Okay, Councillor Chapman, on golf, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted clarification on the dividend transfer to the city. So if we were to increase it to 80, are these percentages? If we were to 1,000 to 75, from 75 to 80,000, what are what does that mean? Like, what are the consequences of doing that? Or, yeah, if you could answer that, Councillor Gazzola.
Actually,
Thank you.
I think staff should probably answer that question.
Oh.
But
But he's...
if you're specifically requesting Councillor Gazzola?
Because he's proposing it, right?
Okay,
So-
certainly. Okay, Councillor Gazzola, if you want to answer, but I think it's appropriate staff comment as well. Go
Good
ahead.
point to ask, because I'm moving it, and to me, that would be dropping down, and that would mean our tax levy would just be a little bit smaller.
But it wouldn't necessarily change the tax rate?
Yes, it would change the tax
Oh, it would actually
levy.
change the tax
It
rate.
wouldn't change it by a lot, but if we do, we do that on a number of occasions, it changes it, yes.
And the proposal is to change all of these to 80 for the next 4 years, 5 years, whatever.
Well, it's for 2019 essentially.
2019 is the important year, but it's tied into, it's to be in place of municipal taxes. They don't pay municipal taxes where other golf courses in the community have to pay municipal taxes, so that's sort of to put everybody on a level playing field. And so municipal taxes are going to be 80,000 that we're charged. It'll be the same year after, in the next 4 years, unless municipal taxes are contemplating to be going down, which I don't expect they will.
And it in no way impacts service fees or anything to... Okay, thank you.
It wouldn't. Councillor Singh, you queued in still for parking, and Mayor Urbanovich on this?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, just to be clear, and you were saying that perhaps we should get staff to comment. And in all fairness, Councillor Gazzola is correct that it would mean a $5,000 decrease in terms of the property tax, which I don't know probably ends up being something like 2 cents or
4%.
something like that on the average taxpayer. But what it would do is it would take 2019 into a deficit position, and we would at that point lose $1,000 in terms of 2019, and then that would continue forward in terms of the negatives going forward. And so our closing balance, which is already in the negatives, would continue to be in the negatives. In fact, would grow further for a period of time, which I'm not sure is something that we want to do. I hear the principle he's trying to achieve, and it's a principle that I think you can achieve when you're making money, but we're not at the point of making money yet in a significant way at the golf course.
Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this. I'm just going to hopefully close this out. Councillor Gazzola, I see you in the queue again, but it's the proposal itself isn't bad. I guess the only issue again I have is that our stabilization reserve, which as a reminder is supposed to be positive because it's literally a reserve for stabilization, is $1 million to the negative, and that's showing throughout the forecast. So taking money from here, even though it's a small amount, I don't think is something I can support. We did do a significant transfer not too long ago into the golf enterprise because their stabilization is so far to the negative. So I won't be supporting it, even though I realize whether it's 0.0003% or whatever it is or not, generally speaking, I would be in favor of that, but in this situation, I cannot support it. Councillor Gazzola with final note, and then we'll vote.
And I hate to waste all this time on $5,000. Just a comment, yes, that stabilization reserve really means very little. The city is the banker for the golf courses. The golf courses are in tremendous shape. If you really look at the value of the golf courses and take the value of the property and all that into account, the golf courses, they're not going to be having any raffles for the golf courses. So these figures, the stabilization reserve is not really an argument. I mean, it's just a bunch of figures. Doesn't really mean much.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Marsh on this? Okay, briefly, then we're taking the vote after this, okay?
Just a question, maybe for the benefit of our newer councillors. I wonder if staff can help contextualize how much. I don't think even 5,000 is going to move the scale far. But if you could tell us, if we reduced the overall budget by, let's say, 100,000, what would be the result for whether the percentage and the average taxpayer?
So you can see on your screen there, 100,000 is 0.08%. So 5,000 would be another decimal place over, 2 decimal places over, actually. Okay, thank you. So we'll take, so we'll take a vote on this motion, and then, actually, can I get a mover for, Councillor Gazzola, are you moving the main budget with this implied as well? Just to get it out of the way in one. Okay, so first we're voting on just this amendment, the amendment of increasing the dividend to $80,000. Okay, recorded vote. Yeah, if you have to vote again, perhaps. Those in favor? And opposed? The motion fails. And Councillor Gazzola has moved the golf enterprise budget, so we'll take a recorded vote again. And that carries unanimously. Okay, on to parking. Councillor Singh, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to move the information as proposed in final 33 for issue paper BD 01, 50,000 increase to the dividend transfer to the city from the parking enterprise. If I could quickly make a comment, unlike the current financial position of the golf enterprise, if you take a look at parking, the current projected reserve, which show outlines on final 34, if you were to increase it by 50,000, the dividend to the city, for a budget of 2019, we'd be looking at a stabilization reserve fund of 1.3 million, which is above the threshold of the minimum maximum of for that reserve. So we are still in a very safe financial position for the enterprise with that increase, as well as it does increase the deficit for that 1 year. But that's also, we should be cognizant of the fact that, apart from getting into a discussion again about if we're being too conservative with the a projected income for our 2019, comparing the net profits from projected 2018 to budget 2019, we are budgeting at this point conservatively $1 million less. So I think we are well sound in increasing the dividend to 50,000, or increasing it by 50,000. My apologies.
Okay. So yeah. So just to be clear, then again, the suggestion is to increase the parking enterprise dividend as per the issue paper by $50,000. Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, I want to bring forward a recommendation that dividend be increased by $100,000, and that would be to flow through and end up reducing the tax levy. I have a number of questions on this, if I could.
Please.
The first point is the projected budget is going to be when we're done, we're going to be $245,000 over the maximum benchmark. Is that correct? If the budget remains as recommended by staff.
Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, so that is correct for 2019. However, I will flag by 2025 there would be significant deficits that would carry through in that long-term projection.
Yeah, I am skeptical of the estimates going down the road. In 2018, we did $753,000 better than we expected. Went back and looked at 2017, we did $694,000 better than we expected. I really question going down the road. Your figures are ultra conservative, and of course, when you do that, you can end up at the end of the year showing negative figures. So I don't, and we in both years we've been extremely higher than what we projected, and we haven't even raised the fees. And down the road, we're surely going to be raising the fees. We want to get people out of their cars. We don't want them driving cars that they have to park. But if they do, they're going to have to pay. So, I just want to question on the F-33. One of the reasons you give for not being a little less conservative, you say that the old Legion lot has been removed, and also 345 King Street. What is that called in your budget papers? I went through the budget book. I couldn't find a 345 King Street. I found what's the laneway? There's a laneway budget for.
Through the chair, 345 King is Lot 6, where the new development is across from McCabe's.
Yeah, what is that in your budget papers? What do you call that?
Lot 6.
Lot 6, okay.
Lot 6, yes.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned that is that you said one of the reasons you've got to be a little more conservative is that the old Legion lot is gone. Well, I looked last year and we didn't budget anything for the old Legion lot, so that has no impact at all. So I don't know about Lot 6. So
through the chair, in 2018, we did have Lot 6, and we had Lot 27, which is the Legion lot.
But you didn't budget any income
In
2017. So that's already been removed. So you can't use it again.
Fair enough. The big one there is Lot 8, which is the Foresight lot, which is going to be the new development of Andron, Phase 2. That lot there makes over $200,000 a year. That is not in the budget for 2019. If I can also answer the question on the reason why our numbers are lower in 2019 compared to 2018 actual, 2017 actual, we did have a number of deals with apartment in the neighborhood. Those deals we thought were going to end in 2017. They continued until 2018, but as of now, they have now ceased, done. There is no additional income in 2019.
Another reason you give is that there are a lot of dollars being added to the capital forecast, and thereby draining money from you. That's what are those dollars for?
Through the chair, we have $500,000 in 2019 for the City Hall Outdoor Spaces Master Plan.
No, I'm looking further down the road. You're saying one of the reasons you give is that you're adding you're increasing.
$700,000 a year.
Yeah, it says on page 34 in the center, this will cause parking to have a greater deficit starting in 2025. You're putting more money into capital.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Yeah.
In 2020, we started picking up the TDM and the cycling budget again, so we will be financing that. It's over $500,000 a year. In addition, it's $500,000 for the next 3 years for the Outdoor Spaces Master Plan. There's $1.5 million over the next 3 years as well.
But it's in 2025 that you're putting in something called structural provision and parking equipment. What is that? What's structural?
Through the chair, I'll let Ryan Hagee answer that one. He's better at the longer-term stabilization reserve funds.
So is this building up reserves?
Oh,
No, the reserve's going to be going into the negative, I think,
okay.
as indicated.
Sorry, if you're asking what the structural reserve fund is for, that is for the future repairs of the various garages. We've been putting money aside when we have a waterproof membrane repair that can cost upwards of $1.2 million for each garage. They usually last anywhere from 10 to 15 years. So that reserve is in anticipation of these different garage repairs that'll happen eventually 10 to 15 years out.
Okay, Councillor Zolling, going to get you to queue back in. Okay, I have 3 people in the queue.
No, I've made my recommendation, so
Okay, thank you.
I'll shut up.
Councillor Galway-Seelock.
Yeah, I was going to ask a question, but I think it's been answered. So I just want to say that I'm happy to support the recommendation at $50,000. I think it's important that we keep it at that amount just for the long-term stability of that fund. I think every year we look at it and we try and take a little bit more and a little bit more, and so I think doing it incrementally is probably better than putting it in a position that we might be uncomfortable with sometime in the near future. So I understand the cautions that are there and can appreciate them, but I think having asked for this issue paper and wanting to see the $50,000 transferred to the tax base, I'm so willing to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh?
Thank you. I'm also willing to support it. I didn't catch it. Did Councillor Singh move it?
Councillor Singh moved, yes.
That's what I thought.
So just a reminder before people make their comments then, so Councillor Singh moved 50,000 as per the issue paper request, and Councillor Gazzola is moving to amend to $100,000.
Right, thanks. And then I'm moving that we decide to put the amount that we decide on, whether it's 100 or 50, towards the small-scale traffic calming project that's in budget issue paper BD 02 on F43.
Okay, I appreciate that, Councillor Marshall. I'll take note of that, but what we'll do, just for clarity now, is we'll take the motion on whether to return this to the tax base now, and then when we get to that portion, then I'll come to you for that motion, okay? Very good. Mayor Benovich?
Well, thank you very much, and I'm certainly pleased that both Councillors Singh and Gazzola have suggested some adjustments here. Mr. McCormick, I understand, why we're sort of projecting a decrease in 2019, but is it also not likely that we will see further revenue increases in our Brom Street lots in that year, based on construction projects that will likely be happening on that side of the downtown?
Through the chair, that is correct, and I have built in growth into the 2019, 2020 and onwards, so that information is already in there. And so these would be the results based on an increase in Brom in a number of the other garages. I also take a look at that. We make sure that we don't make projections that go beyond the inventory. So I'm also checking. It's easy to make percentage increases, but if all of a sudden we project 150 new monthlies and we only have 125 spaces, I'm also checking to make sure that we don't exceed the inventory.
No, and that's good. Good to know. I think in light of those comments, I'd be prepared to support the 50,000 as well. I think it's a good first step that will put us in 2021 and 2022, below or even more below our target closing balance. It'll bring 2021 down to 493, I believe, or actually 443, because that'll be the third year of it, and down to 609 in 2022, and then down to 806, just barely over the minimum benchmark. And so I think 50 is the more prudent way to go, and quite frankly, if we see that we're being overly cautious on the revenue amounts next year with those changes, I think then we can look and be making a further increase next year after we consider that.
Okay, there's no one else in the queue. I would just take this opportunity to say that I'm not sure I've said it often enough, but I think Mr. McCormick, you and your team has been doing an excellent job with the parking enterprise. Happy to see these solid projections each and every year. So thank you for that. I will be supporting the 50,000. I think we're pushing a little bit at that point, but I think it's reasonable to look at, and then we can obviously tweak a little bit as we see budgets and we see those 2024 or 2025 numbers creep up in future budgets. Councillor Gazzola, I have you in the queue.
Yeah, there's been a lot of indication to those figures in the final years. And you really are being ultra-conservative. And of course, if you are, you're going to get those lower figures. But if we continue down the road, in 2017 we were 694,000 better than we expected. 2018 we were 753,000 better than we expected. If you continue that down the road, those figures are not going to be the figures that are indicated there, but they're going to be well above the maximum benchmark for reserves. So we're being ultra-conservative. When we consider what the maximum benchmark is right now, what do those benchmarks mean? They don't mean anything. If we're going to sit here now this year and go over $245,000 over the maximum benchmark and increase our taxpayers so that they're paying 4.5% for customer services.
Okay, thank you. I will take, first we're going to vote on Councillor Gazola's amendment from $50,000 to $100,000. Those in favor? And opposed? The amendment fails. Now we'll vote on the main motion. Councillor Singh, you move the budget with the $50,000 addition, okay? Okay, so the main motion is the entire parking budget with the $50,000 change. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, on to gas. I think it's appropriate we just do gas, delivery and supply combined. Could I get a mover for the gas utility? Gas utility combined moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. On F-35, I'm surprised nothing has changed. When I looked at papers that were given to us for the operating budget review, the date on those papers is December the 3rd, 2018, so I expected that these statements would show some changes over those previous statements, and I see nothing. Did we not do any business in December, or does this have everything in it for the year?
Mr. Haggie?
Through the chair, the information that was provided, so the information here, like I said, is exactly the same as from operating. We still have not closed our December books, so we don't have like final updated figures. And the numbers that were provided to council for operating day were more further along the road than they typically are in a budget year, because we're usually providing that information in November as opposed to January.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the tight guidelines, but the fact is that these figures are going to change for the end of the year.
They will, yes.
And which means that in all likelihood, these figures are going to go up to the good side, because it's been a cold. We've had a fair amount of cold. Heaven forbid comes January, we're laughing. So I'm just... okay, you've answered my question, okay? I do have, looking at gas delivery, and I always look at gross profit. That should be gross profit, unless there's some specific reasons, gross profit percentage should remain the same, okay? And yet we see an actual gross profit in 2018 of 57.66, which is higher than we anticipated, and yet in 2019, when we do the budget, we do 55%. If you go And if you look at that, at the gas delivery and at the other programs, and you use the same gross profit that we've been receiving, there's $1 million difference in income. And that $1 million just flows right through to the bottom line, which allows me to recommend a higher transfer to the city, higher dividend.
That would be a comment, Councillor Gazzola. I'm not sure if you're waiting for a response.
Well, I guess in line with that, I'm going to move that the transfer to the city be increased by $100,000, which would flow through to the tax revenue.
Okay. I will have comments on that as well. Mayor Rabinovich.
Well, thank you. And I'm wondering if I can just ask staff a question with respect to, I know January's been colder, and certainly I think Councillor Gazzola is right, our use of gas has gone up. But December, as I recall, was far warmer than normal. So would that not have resulted in actually less usage, which probably hurt us in terms of our year-end numbers?
Through the chair, that is correct. December was, I think it was 2% warmer than the regular winter.
Okay. And then when we look at the January being colder, like we purchase our gas supply assuming a certain average temperature and what our likely usage is. When it gets really cold like it has been with this polar vortex, we then need to actually go and buy stuff on the spot market, if I remember correctly from past presentations, and that tends to be significantly more than what we would pay otherwise, which again has a negative impact on us in terms of our profit margin. Is that correct as well?
Through the chair, that is correct. We look at a 5-year average for a weather pattern to determine usage.
Right. So in all likelihood right now, sort of the combination of December and January probably has hurt us more than it's helped us based on sort of what the weather patterns have been?
That is correct. In terms of the weather, it affects us. We look at the whole year as a whole to see, and then we do buy gas as needed during these cold spells like today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple questions. First off, if there is a surplus at the end of the year, a large surplus at the end of the year that's greater than expected, what ultimately happens to that money? Mr. Haggie.
If there's a surplus within gas delivery, it would fall to their stabilization reserve fund, which, again, if it grew to the point where it was over its max or up at its maximum, then we would look at reducing gas delivery rates.
So ultimately, any surplus that we see in the gas utility gets returned back to our gas utility customers with reduced rates?
Correct.
Okay. Do all the residents of Kitchener, are they all members of or clients of Kitchener Utilities Gas?
My understanding is no, the majority are, but I forget, it's 80% or somewhere, 80 or 90% are KU customers, but there's a portion of the city that are Union Gas customers.
Which portion is that?
Through the chair, it's the other side of the Grand River, like in Deer Ridge area.
The Deer Ridge area.
Right.
So ultimately what would happen, I'm getting at, is what would happen is if we have a set amount transferring from the gas utility that's along with OEB regulations and standard with the industry. If we go beyond that, what we're actually doing is we're charging the rest of Kitchener a higher amount in gas charges and subsidizing, I would argue, the residents of Deer Ridge. Is that a fair assessment?
Could you repeat the question? I was alone.
So the residents of Deer Ridge, they're not with Kitchener Utilities, right?
Correct. They're Union Gas customers.
Right. So if we start taking more money out of the gas utility and transferring it to the city to offset taxes, the residents of Deer Ridge aren't affected by the higher gas rates that we would be collecting.
That'd be correct.
Yeah, Councillor Gazzola, go ahead.
My recommendation is not causing the customers of Kitchener to increase the prices to the customers of Kitchener. All residents in our community are shareholders in the utilities. Whether they buy the utilities or not, they are shareholders in that corporation. So any benefits coming from that corporation, they benefit from it because they are shareholders. Okay. So that argument doesn't fit in here. Okay.
So like, and Councillor Gazzola, you raised this, so you understand, though, that if there's a surplus, it goes back to the residents get the benefit that are members of Kitchener Utilities.
No, if there's a surplus, it goes into the surplus pot, which is used, which can be used for dividends down the road. It can be used for whatever.
Well, we just heard from staff that it goes to the reserve, and if the reserve exceeds the balance, it gets returned to the Kitchener Utilities customers. Some of it goes back to the taxpayers. Okay. It's okay. So there are no further questions. Thank you, Mr. St. Louis. So there's been a motion by Councillor Gazzola that we increase the dividend transfer to the city from the gas utility by $100,000. Clearly, I won't be supporting it. So
can I have another comment? Or
you
not?
can have a final comment, Councillor Gazzola. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I'm hearing. I forget what December was warm or cold. I don't know. It's always cold in our house. But that's immaterial. The gross profit figure is the determinant. So yes, if our sales go down in December, our purchases also go down, but gross profit normally stays the same. So I'm asking that in our projection we use the same gross profit. If you use the same gross profit, it increases our figures for 2019 by $1,020,000. And I'm asking for, okay, we're doing better. Give our shareholders a little bigger dividend. That's what we do. Apple came out the other day with their results. They did well, give their dividend. Increase their dividend a little bit. That's all I'm asking to do. OEB is not going to argue about that. The least we can do, even in the budget here, even if we increase the dividend just to 2.0% over last year, that's lower than the inflation rate, that would add another $57,000 to the dividend. And I'm asking for a mere $100,000. Well, that's end of story. Did I move that recommendation, or
you did?
I did. Okay.
Yeah. Mayor Rabinovich.
So, Chair Davey, just I think for the benefit of our new councillors, I want to maybe just expand a little bit on where you were going. I believe with your comments, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. I think the point that you were trying to make is when we have that surplus that we're talking about, if it exceeds the recommended surplus, it eventually goes and adjusts the rate. So it's Kitchener utility customers that have generated that surplus, and when it exceeds the overall surpluses, including what we've set aside for transferring to the city's general funds, it should go back to those customers and not the shareholders. Whereas the amount that we transfer into the capital, to gas capital, that's really the dividend transfer to the city is what benefits all shareholders and all taxpayers, and that continues to grow throughout that time period that's projected. So we're trying to find that balance between benefiting the customers who have generated the profit and benefiting the stakeholders or the shareholders who are everybody in the city.
Exactly.
Okay.
Very good. Ms. McGoldrick, I have you in the...
So through you, Chair Davey, I just want to provide a clarifying point around the percent increase in terms of the dividend. We have budgeted the dividend transfer to the city at a 2% increase annually. That change was made, I believe a couple of years ago, related to how it's budgeted. So we have looked at growth of the dividend to the city annually.
Okay, Councillors, I have in the queue again. Are you in the queue to speak again? Okay, Councillor, you've spoken several times on this item. You get like 1 minute, okay?
Well, I just want to explain that the economy doesn't work like that, that the shareholders get all the benefits. Sometimes the customers do, but the shareholders get the benefit. I mean, if Apple has a good year, sometimes they decrease the cost of their iPhones? No, they increase their dividends.
Okay, I was hoping to vote Councillor Singh on this. Okay, very quickly, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually leaning to support Councillor Gazzola on this one, seeing I think it's certainly overall a small increase, aside from the argument of who the benefit is, the shareholder or the user. But I think hearing the comments from Denise, the fact that we are increasing it by 2% year over year, we are increasing that dividend and being responsible to our shareholders already. So based on those final comments from staff, I will now support the increase.
Okay, thank you. So we won't be voting on the gas. Oh, actually, it's moved by Councillor Ida, so we can do that. So we're going to vote first on Councillor Gazzola's amendment, and that is to increase the dividend transfer by $100,000. So yeah, voting's open. On the amendments, we're voting on increasing the dividend by $100,000. Okay, has everyone voted? Those in favor? And opposed? The motion fails. So now we have to vote on the main motion as moved by Councillor Anitis, the gas budget. Voting's open. Okay, has everyone voted? Those in favor? And opposed? That carries. Okay, moving on to, we'll take them together, water, sanitary, and storm. Could I get a mover for those budgets? Moved by Councillor Singh. And in the queue, first I have Councillor Gazzola.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, actually, I would like separate vote for water and sanitary, and if it's feasible, and I'm looking at council as well as staff, to see if you could vote this way. From my earlier comment about, again, us being tied down to the increase from the region, and it's actually OP 104, not capital, OP 104, which shows what the regional increase is, as well as what the city component through the WIP program, maintenance, and other. And for water, 1.7 is a regional increase, and the city's portion, which would be cumulative from capital, maintenance, and other, is 2.8%. Could we vote on the regional increase as well as the city's portion of it? So 1.7 from the region and 2.8 for water.
I see where you're going, but I think not, because we don't have a choice except to pay the region's amount, but I would look to staff to comment on that.
I appreciate that we don't have a choice not to pay. Again, if someone, I don't advise anyone not supporting that increase. I think these increases, even though for water it's actually somewhat fair with the increase, with sanitary with the 4.7, it's not as palatable, I think, to the ratepayer. But nonetheless, we should support it with reluctance or with exception. But at least we are showing that we're approving the regional portion of what we're approving of the city's portion of.
And again, it's not that I disagree. I just not sure what the motion means if it fails. Does that mean we're not going to pay the region?
That's no different than if somebody had put forward and saying they want to decrease the water budget by 1.7%.
No, but then we collect it, right? So I guess. So my question, Councillor Singh, and again, I understand the concern and the lack of transparency sometimes when it comes to the region, when it comes to what they're charging in water. But my question is, what does it mean if we take that vote and it fails?
Again, that is no different than somebody proposing a decrease to the water bill by 1.7%, and I am certain that's not the appetite around the table.
It's very different, because if you propose a decrease, then that means we, the City of Kitchener, aren't charging our portion. What you're proposing to vote on is the region not paying the portion that we can't control. Do you follow my logic?
I'm not, because the overall increase is 4.5%, of which 1.7 is a regional increase. Right. If we were not to approve, which I don't support, which I don't recommend, support that regional increase, the overall rate increase would decrease by 1.7. And that is no different than someone around this table proposing a decrease to the water bill by 1.7, which I would not support as well.
Yeah, I would have to rule it out of order, because what you're saying is we're not going to pay. I'm voting against paying the region. I will be supporting the regional increase. I just want to show that this council is supporting on the two rates differently, because one is a pass-through from the region. That is all. But if you're voting on it separately, it allows the possibility for it to fail. I see that you're going to support it. What I'm saying is you allow the possibility for it to fail, which ultimately just means that we collect that less money and the region still gets their money, I think. So I think it's out of order.
That is true. Yeah. Yes. That itself is true. I don't support it. But is there any other way we could vote it, showing that the pass-through of 1.7 to the region? So I'll look to staff to see if they could suggest something.
Mr. Chapman?
Through the chair. So I won't comment on the chair's ruling. I think the point you're making, though, is about clearly communicating to our ratepayers that there is a regional increase included within the local rate. And so if that's important to council, I think we can consider in our budget communications how we highlight that there are two components within the rate, one under regional control, one under city control, and what those amounts are.
I would appreciate that. If staff will take that as direction,
I would think that's, without voting, I think that would be pretty
ultimately, it ends up translating what we are doing to our ratepayers a little bit more appropriately. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Councillor Gazzola on this?
Yeah, I actually, I wouldn't oppose to what you're saying. The region is our supplier of water, and if they increase that, that's their business. We have a lot of other suppliers. I'm sure Bell Telephone has increased the cost that they're charging us. So are we going to blame Bell Telephone? One of the biggest things that are causing our taxes to go up are staff are getting paid more. Are we going to blame all our staff for that? No, we can't be blaming our suppliers. Okay, we've got to do things better than that. So trying to pass the buck, it's not our fault. It's the region. That's a show and tell. Anyhow, I wasted I don't know how much time. I'm sorry. I'd like to go back to I'd like to ask a question on the gas. There's nothing here in our things for the removal of the carbon tax. Do we have? We had a whole separate category and section for that in the past. Has that totally disappeared? Is it anticipated to come back? None of that is here.
Okay, we have dealt with gas, but I'll permit the question.
Okay, we can leave that. Leave it. I will go offline with them. Okay, then in that case, I'll move to water.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Mayor Vabenovich? No? Okay. Okay, so Councillor Gazzola on this again? No, on water. On water? Okay. I just wanted to comment briefly that I don't think Councillor Singh necessarily said the word blame, whether you're talking about staff salary increases or the region's water. The region absolutely has their rationale for why they're raising their water rates, but I think the point is the City of Kitchener shouldn't wear the responsibility for all of that. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm looking at water now, and the operating expenses, if I compare what we're budgeting in 2019 to what actually happened in 2018, that's a 19% increase. What happened in 2018 to cause such a lower amount for operating expenses, and why we did an excellent job. Why isn't that excellent job carrying on into 2019?
Mr. St. Louis?
Through the chair, on that, there's a lot of staff vacancies. I explained at the last operating budget there session that we had several people retire or move to other positions, and we weren't able to backfill them in a timely manner. Just it seemed like staff were getting bumped. They take one job and then move to another one.
But you managed. So maybe you managed and did well. So maybe you can manage like that again this year.
Through the chair, we wouldn't be able to get through all the water main flushing if we don't have the required staff to do those jobs. And the other thing is that we didn't have many water main breaks earlier in the year, and it was a lot in December. So those costs still wouldn't be in these projections for the water main breaks, because there's several in December.
Thank you. If I then just say, rather than go budget to actual, if I go budget to budget, I'm still looking at close to a 7% increase. That's quite a bit higher than the inflation rate. What is the cause of that?
Ms. McGoldrick?
Operating, that's got nothing to do with the region, right?
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through you, Chair Davey, the operating increases reflect the water infrastructure program that was approved by council. And so the water infrastructure program includes both capital investments and investments in our operating programs, primarily related to preventative maintenance programs. So as Mr. St. Louis alluded to, the water main flushing program, investments in our hydrants and our valves are primarily where those increases are going.
Well, I was of the understanding that the bulk of the infrastructure is in the transfer to capital road reconstruction. That's where the dollars. Are you saying in the operating expenses? There's also, and I knew that you increased maintenance costs, but I thought for water there was very little. It was primarily in the area of stormwater.
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through you, Chair Davey, the water maintenance program through the water infrastructure program did identify a $1.3 million annual maintenance gap, and so over a 5-year period, that will be closed. That's as part of the water infrastructure program.
Councilor Guzzola?
No, I'm giving up. I'm giving up. That's it.
Okay, there is no one else in the queue, so I will take, as moved by Councilor Singh, the combined water rates, water, sanitary, and storm, the budget as proposed. Those in favor? And Councilor Guzzola is opposed. Okay. Moving along here. Mr. Haggie.
Sure. The next section, so that covers off all of the enterprises. We're moving into the capital budget now. There are no changes to the capital forecast as far as new information. The bottom of the slide refers to all of the capital information that was provided. We haven't reproduced that for the final budget day package, but there was a lot in the capital budget day attached to the report. There are a number of issue papers, which will show on the next slide. One of them is a staff recommendation that was hinted to on Capital Day regarding the Middle Strasbourg trunk sanitary sewer. And then there are a number of other issue papers that are for information, and there may be movement in the capital budget area based on recommendations from council. So the issue papers, again, are following the slide here. So we've got issue paper BD2 through BD6 relating to the capital budget based on the direction from council during capital to bring back information. So.
Okay, great. And going through the package here, we don't necessarily vote on each of these items. They would be part of the combined vote.
Correct. So we would essentially be, if council just passed, the resolution as it sits would be the budget that was proposed and presented during capital. If there are any amendments, so if Councillor Marsh has already alluded to BD2 that she would like to move that, so we would be looking for an amendment there, and then that would change the final capital number that gets approved by committee at the end as well.
Okay, very good. So we're now looking at final 43, the small-scale traffic calming. Councillor Marsh has indicated motion. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment that I'm supportive of increasing the small-scale traffic calming. I do recognize that staff are suggesting that we don't with regards to the delineators, and I can appreciate that. But my comment is I really don't want to see the funding coming from the formal traffic calming reviews. I think we have to keep the formal traffic calming reviews and fund it from elsewhere. If it has to be from the parking enterprise, the dividend we just gave, then so be it. But I'm strongly opposed to taking it from the formal traffic calming reviews.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marsh. Oh, pardon me.
All right, so I move that we approve the budget issue paper regarding increased funding for small-scale traffic calming, and the money comes from our approved increase in the dividend from parking.
Okay, so that would be option 2?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Mayor Vrbanovich?
Thank you, and I certainly will be supporting the motion. It was I who requested this budget issue paper actually come forward, so I'm glad to hear that there's support amongst other members of council, and in fact that Councillor Marsh has gone ahead and in fact moved it, and I would agree with Councillor Galloway-Seelock's comments. It was never my intent when I asked for the report to think that the money should come from other traffic calming. This was always in my mind an attempt to look at how we increase the dollars going into it, and I think that transfer from the parking enterprise makes the most sense. As I said when we dealt with this at capital budget, certainly as I was going around campaigning and in my discussions with most of you, the whole issue of both active transportation and transportation safety is probably the most significant issue that we heard going door to door and talking to people during the campaign. And I think while staff were proposing some additional dollars, which was a good first step, additional dollars, in fact, I think are more reflective of something that the community has spoken loud and clear on. So I will be supporting the amended amount.
Thank you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I just want a little bit of clarification in regards to the formal traffic calming process. Are we looking at a review in that again? As I recall during our previous budget meetings that we were going to look at having a review on that, if whether or not we're going to continue to do that formal process or not.
Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, at one of the previous budget sessions, staff had recommended for the 2019 planning for traffic calming to bring back an option, which is now reflected in this issue paper, to look at reduction of one traffic calming program per year. The program was reviewed relatively recently, and the list is fairly manageable at this point in time. So we wouldn't be recommending a full-scale review to the program in 2019.
Okay. One of the other questions, too, in regards to the formal traffic calming process, have we found it to be an effective tool in the sense, I know we traffic calm the neighborhoods, but it seems to me it's a very decisive issue and
Divisive issue?
Yeah, sorry, divisive issue. So are we going to look at that when it comes to that review?
Mr. Cronkite.
Through you, Mr. Chair, as Justin alluded to, we aren't really doing a full-scale review of the formal traffic calming policy or program. It is an effective program. The residents that have had traffic calming on their street do appreciate it, but again, as Justin did allude to earlier, the list is fairly manageable, so we're in a good position from that sense.
Okay. I'm for the increase in funding of small scale traffic calming. In fact, I was originally wanted to put this in here just to clarify the mayor. He jumped the gun on me. But I also wanted to be clear too that as the more times I see this with the formal traffic calming process, I'm seeing that it does work in calming the traffic, but it pits residents against residents, and I'm getting concerned with that, and that's why I want to look at a different process, and I'm glad that we're going through that review.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify in rereading the budget issue paper, I just want to not tie the additional money to only go towards additional pedestrian crossovers. I don't think that we should decide today to only tie that money to that. I think that we may see that in discussions with councillors about small-scale traffic calming, that there may be other ways to spend that money more effectively. So I just want to untie this increase. Like it says, if we are voting on option 2, I don't want it to be only for PXO installations. I want it to be for small-scale traffic calming generally. Okay, and also I just want to say, you know, I can see that staff are not recommending additional flexible delineators more than 80 across the city, and I can understand why. However, the other part that we saw implemented last year was the speed advisory signs, but they were only for 2 weeks at a time in one location, and I really think that we should explore through our discussions with staff other ways, perhaps extending that period of time, perhaps getting more of those speed advisory signs, because people like that visual cue, and I think they're effective, and they'll be more effective for more than if they're there for more than 2 weeks. Thanks.
So one potential outcome of these additional dollars. Okay, very good. Not just for that. Yep. Okay, understood. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I just want to clarify what we're voting on here, and I have something similar to Councillor Marsh that I would like to deal with. So option 1 says that we're not going to go any further. We're not going to go add this 25,000 for the flexible things. Is that right?
Mr. Reedman.
We have 35,000, do we not, in that budget line?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so option 1 would be what was outlined in the original budget, so that is an increase of $25,000 per year over the next 4 years,
yeah,
which would effectively double the flexible delineator signs.
So is that being left in here with that recommendation?
So at a minimum, yes, that would stay in unless council chose to reduce that from the budget.
So option 1 leaves that 25,000.
That's correct.
And option 2 says we're not going to change the other more permanent ones, right? Is that what it's saying?
So there are 2 components to option 2. So one is to reduce formal traffic calming by 1 measure, which would add $65,000 to the small-scale traffic calming budget. Option B within that is to divert some other funding of $50,000, so whether that be the park enterprise funding, to put towards that program.
So are we reducing it from 3 to 2? Is that, I'm not clear.
No, that's not part of the motion.
Pardon?
That's not part of the motion
Okay.
at this time.
So we're leaving it as it is?
We're leaving the 3 right now as the motions before us. We're leaving those 3 formal traffic calming items.
If you could just give me a 30-second explanation of PXOs.
Through the chair, so they're pedestrian crossovers. They're a relatively new tool that is in the toolbox. They give the right-of-way to pedestrians. There's 4 different types. It depends on the volume of traffic on the road. So some of them are flashing beacons and some of them are as simple as a sign, but they do give the right-of-way to the pedestrian. So there's a few examples. So the roundabouts throughout the region have had PXOs added to them to give that priority to pedestrians, as well as within Victoria Park. There is a PXO that's been recently installed there. So there currently is a gap in funding.
Are there a lot of capital costs involved with that or not?
They can range from only about $4,000 or $5,000 for a location up to about $15,000, depending on the type of infrastructure.
Okay. I'm prepared to support what we're doing with the traffic calming, but I would like to have the $50,000 voted on separately, because I don't agree with. I want to see what needs to be done. There are other sources of funding. I don't support that $50,000 going.
Okay, sorry, Councilor Gazzola, before you queue out, so I would take that, but I would need to know if
I'm just saying vote on it separately.
If you're supporting option 2, then
yeah,
we would need an alternate funding source.
Pardon?
If you're voting in favor of option 2, but against the funding, what would the alternate?
You have to get funding from some other places. A lot of other places in the capital forecast to get it. Okay, that's, yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Singh.
So yeah, that would be my question. So would staff be looking at other capital closeouts or other areas, or ultimately it would come from capital out of current, so ultimately the tax base? If we don't direct the monies, the increased dividend from parking to this, and instead the increase for option 2.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so staff have identified 2 potential funding sources in the staff report. Should council choose to find funding elsewhere, that would be council's prerogative.
So those 2 options would be, 1, to reduce traffic calming from 3 to 2, which I don't support, and the additional option is the increase from dividend from parking.
Through the chair, that's correct.
And just saying staff can find money from somewhere, that wouldn't be something staff can easily do. They would need direction from council as to where to find that money or where to reduce from a different item. Correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. Based on where we're at in the budget today, we've presented a budget that outlines capital programming that makes recommendations. We've outlined 2 funding sources.
Right, and I do like the increase from parking dividend. I'm glad that was supported, having benefited the tax base. But ultimately, if you have to find a funding source, I think that's a good transfer or crossover, makes a rationale there. If Councilor Gazzola actually has a reference point where we could benefit the tax base and at the same time achieve option number 2 without having to reduce the number of speed calming measures from 3 to 2, I would support that. I would ask he look at something or put forward. Otherwise, I would support increase the funding from parking.
Thank you. Mayor Rabinovich.
Well, thank you very much, and I will support it. I think one, in terms of the PXOs, one that might make even a better reference for Councillor Gazzola is Kingsway Drive at Fairview Mall. Councillor Gazzola, there is one right there when people are crossing, and that is one of the new PXOs going forward. I think the one thing that wasn't clear in your motion, Councillor Marsh, is we're talking about 4 years, I presume, because that was what we were originally talking about. Like, this isn't a permanent 10-year thing. This was just the additional money for the 4-year cycle that we're talking about, correct?
I'm not sure, Councillor Marsh. I mean, the funding source is operating, so it will be there forever, but Councillor Marsh?
Yeah, that's right. But also, when I'm looking at it again, the proposed budget issue paper was for an additional $25,000, and we have just increased the dividend from parking to $50,000 this year. And I'm just trying to think about. I'm not proposing that we increase it by $50,000 each year. I'm just proposing that we increase it to by the $25,000 in the issue paper.
The issue paper is for 50, and it would be covered off in its entirety by the parking enterprise. So it does balance out.
Okay, maybe I'm just reading it wrong.
So staff can help me here, but Originally, we had 25,000 in the budget. Staff had increased it on their own to 50, correct?
Through the chair, so we originally had $10,000 in the budget. We've increased that by $25,000 for the next 4 years. So there's a $100,000 additional increase over 4 years that is included in the base budget at this point in time. Council's decision today is to decide whether they want to increase that further by either $65,000, the removal of one formal traffic calming program, or $50,000 per year through that dividend transfer from the parking enterprise. And that additional $50,000, should council choose that, could go towards additional speed advisory signs or PXOs.
But the total would be from $25,000 to $75,000 then, just for clarity.
$85,000 in total would be the small-scale traffic calming budget over the next 4 years. Because there's a $10,000 base budget plus $25,000 plus $50,000.
Okay, so if I recall, I'm going back to capital budget day, but I think my request was how to double it from 25 to 50. So that really means we would only need to fund 25,000 a year over the 4 years. So that's 100,000 total, but it's only a 25,000 impact from the 50 that we've already adjusted. Is that correct?
Through the chair, so if you did just want to double the budget, then there's $35,000 in the budget right now in total based on the base budget. So if you want to look at adding another $35,000.
Well, I was talking to 25, so sorry, I'm not trying to add confusion. So it was doubling it from the 25 to the 50 at committee. So I think that's what Councillor Marsh's motion is, and that would really mean we're only using up 25 of the 50 that we've already transferred in the parking enterprise.
Okay,
and Mr. Hagee's nodding. So if the money guy's nodding, then I guess he, at least as long as he understands, that's what matters.
Okay, Councillor Marsh, is that okay? Okay. That is different. So the clarification would be a $25,000 reduction for us. So there's still $25,000 left from the parking. And clarification, Councillor Singh.
Yes, and I appreciate that. I think that is probably the better direction, but I think what we need to keep in sight of, in option number 2, it speaks to a need for 50,000 increase to accomplish not only the 25,000 that's already in the base budget for a total of 80,000 flexible delineators. Option 2 also puts focus on the PXOs.
Okay, Councillor Singh, Councillor Marsh would remove that portion from her motion.
You're removing that portion?
So she's not dedicating it to the PXOs. She's saying for increased traffic calming, be it the speed signs that tell you how fast you're going.
So the extra 25,000 is just overall, and then council could later on decide what for. Okay.
Okay, good. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I think my clarifications have been figured out. I think really you have to look at the background as your motion, and then the funding source is 25,000 from the dividend from parking. So I think that kind of hopefully simplifies things, because it's not, the PXOs aren't, it could be used for that, but it doesn't have to be.
Very good. And lastly, Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I'm not at all opposed to anything you're doing for traffic calming. It's the one message that I heard door after door. So it's important. But to me, it's on its own merits. We need more money there. We should find money for it. We found a lot of money for a lot of projects in the capital forecast. I saw all kinds of new things without any questions as to where the monies came from. So this, to my way, it's well warranted, and the money should be there. There's funding. We're doing all sorts of things on the cycling budget. I'm supporting that, but I don't think we need to do all of the things that we're doing. There's lots of money. I just want to point out that unspent funds at the end of the year, in our earlier report, we were given a figure that the unspent funds were $55 million. We were given a complete schedule, all there, black and white. And now and I asked for a revised one as of the end of December, and the figure now is down to 42 million. Okay, but when you add back the debit balances in those items, really, we have unspent funds. We still have unspent funds at this point from last year of close to $85 million. So there's money in our capital forecast. There's money. So I'm supportive of whatever on the traffic calming. I just want to take that. This concept of pulling money from someplace and putting it in there, I don't agree with that, and that's why I would like you to vote on it separately.
Okay, there is no one else in the queue. Councillor Marsh.
So further to Councillor Galloway-Seelock's point, I'll just read the motion so everybody's clear, okay?
Sure.
So that staff be directed to increase the additional ask for small-scale or seasonal traffic calming from $25,000 to $50,000 annually for 4 years from 2019 to 2022, funded out of the dividend transfer from the parking enterprise.
Thank you for that clarification. If there's no one else in the queue, I will be supporting the motion and the funding source as well. I do think it's important that we identify the funding source. As a matter of fact, I think that's the core of what we're doing today, is identifying the funding sources for everything, so I will support both. So we will take a recorded vote on simply increasing the budget, and then we'll take a second vote on transferring it from the parking enterprise dividend. So the first vote is increasing it from 25 to 50. And that carries unanimously. Now we'll vote on to fund that, taking $25,000 of the dividend from the parking enterprise. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, next is I'm not sure we necessarily need to speak to it. There was some questions with respect to the City Hall outdoor spaces. We don't vote on this on its own. It's part of the package, but if there's any comments or questions or concerns, Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I was just wondering, having been able to read the report again, and thanks for adding it in the package, we approved it without the deferred items, is that correct? And is that what we're moving forward with?
Ms. McGoldrick.
So through you, Chair Davey, Council had supported the critical infrastructure and further exploring the additional amenities in the Carl's Air Square, and then stripping out some of the other amenities in the other spaces around the 4 elevations and around the City Hall outdoor spaces. And so what's being brought before you today is kind of the essential elements plus the additional amenity components within the Carl's Air Square, and an as-is replacement for the other 3 elevations around City Hall.
Okay, I'm not sure I quite understand. I'm just looking at final page 50, where it says critical infrastructure, which I know we approved, and then concurrent upgrades, what we approved, and then I'm asking whether or not the deferred items are included in the budget that's being proposed today.
So through you, Chair Davey, looking at the sequence of the reporting back to Council, so in 2016 this report went to Council. In 2017 Council received the conceptual design of the spaces and directed staff to continue to explore through additional design those elements and bring forward the critical infrastructure components and the additional elements. What I can say is, as part of the design, there were elements in the, and I'll go back to that wording, around page of the deferred items that were scaled down significantly. So originally in terms of, for example, the site furnishings and the planting components, there were modifications in the detailed design to try to accomplish some of the benefits of that without incurring the significant costs identified under the deferred items.
Great. I think that answers my question. Is there any other questions, Mr. Chair?
There are not.
Put the pressure on me. Can someone remind me what page it was on in the capital budget?
The capital.
I found it.
Okay.
I have C 185. Is that not right? So we've talked a little bit about how Mr. Lautenbach talked about how $4 million of capital closeouts were used towards this $8.5 million. Is that correct?
Mr. Lautenbach?
Through the chair, so the reference to $4 million was capital closeouts in total. What that did was that was added to the capital forecast, so it wasn't all directed to this project, but it certainly helped with the flexibility that allowed us to include the project within the forecast.
Okay, and is there any projects that are going to be affected by the federal gas tax, the $1.4 million that is being used for this project?
Mr. Lautenbach?
Through the chair, we had an increase this year in terms of federal gas tax funds, so that is partly how we were able to allocate more of that into the budget. So no, there isn't other projects that are definitely impacted by having this in the forecast itself.
And the same with Economic Development Reserve?
When we looked at what would be the proper funding source to certain elements in the project, we felt that the allocation that's provided from the Economic Development Reserve is responsible and available to be put to this project.
Okay, I think I'm going to support it, but I made the comment in probably capital budget that, you know, there's been projects that have been deferred, delayed, that are important critical infrastructure for our community, maybe not in the downtown, that have been waiting years and years and years. Some of them are finally coming. And the fact that we can find $8.5 million for this, plus additional funding for other capital projects, is concerning to me. And so I will support this. I think it's important, but I think in the future we need to, if we're able to find $10+ million in the capital forecast, I think it needs to be something that instead of staff bringing it forward, that we can see what options we can have in order to fund it, because there's definitely other things that could be done in Schlegel Park, in community centers. Like, we've got 0 permanent facilities in Ward 5, and that's just not equitable. And here we're going to spend $8.5 million on downtown again. And so I will support it, but I do so with that note.
Thank you. We actually won't be voting on that as part of this, but we'll vote on it as part of later part of the package. So I will move along then to, we're actually on page final 62, the Middle Strasbourg Trunk Sanitary Sewer question. Mr. Haggie, is the recommendation different than what we saw previously? I wasn't clear on that, whether you need to vote on it.
Through the chair, this is what staff had indicated would come forward at capital. So this would be an add to the capital budget that was presented on capital budget day. But at that point, I indicated that we would be bringing back an issue paper. And so the ask is to add $5.5 million out in 2024 with the anticipation that we'll enter into a credit refund agreement with the developer group and bring that back to council probably in March or April of this year.
Okay, and we do need to vote on this one separately.
Yes, we need a vote on this to add it in. That would be staff's preference that it does get added.
Very good. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I would move the recommendation. It really has very little impact on what we're doing today because it's going to be financed from development charges, and I guess when we're looking at those later on in the year, it'll all work out there. The only question I have, we're going to go into this credit financing on it. Is that not right? Yeah. Is there ever a point where we get into that too much?
Mr. Haggie?
Through the chair, I would say no, but to the extent that we have them, it can. We have commitments to repay those, and so there may be some hard infrastructure because all of those types of agreements we have relate to hard infrastructure. That we may need to hold off on installing other hard infrastructure because we have to pay off these first, but it would impact the hard infrastructure, not soft infrastructure.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock?
Yeah, I just want to take this opportunity. I was going to move it, but I want to take the opportunity again, just quickly, to remind staff that anything we can do to move this forward, whether it be credit refund or anything we have to do with the region to try and make sure we can make this happen sooner than later, that would be much appreciated by everybody in the community, because this trunk sewer also has to do with roundabouts at Bleems and Fisher-Hallman, and it has so much to do with a lot. So anything we can do to bump that up would be great.
Thank you. So as moved by Councillor Gazzola, recorded vote on this. And that carries unanimously. We're on to, I don't think we necessarily need to speak about the internal borrowing for debt. This was an idea that I had requested. I want to thank staff for the thoroughness of the issue paper here. I do actually think it's a fantastic idea. Some quick math tells me we have the potential to save $2 million over a 10-year time frame. But I also, having read the report clearly, I don't think it's urgent enough to be moving at this point in time, but I will be looking forward to seeing what risks we have when this comes back to us, okay? I do have a couple people in the queue on this. Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I did support your suggestion in looking into this direction. I think it's something that we should definitely give some greater thought to if we have capacity to bring a better return or reduce the cost of borrowing. That's something that we should be always looking in that way. The report does outline certain restrictions. I'll ask first off, obviously the area of the reserves is obviously the biggest cautionary aspect of the report of where the reserves are in their minimum maximum ability. Some that are fairly well positioned, like the building enterprise, and I understand legislatively that there are a lot of restrictions around this one that we can't take from, but the reserve itself, do we have the ability to borrow where the enterprise would still be making money because we ourselves would pay an interest, although a lesser interest than we would go pay than the outside market. So the enterprise would benefit, and at the same time we would have a reduced rate, so there would be a saving to the tax base as well. Is there an ability legislatively?
That wasn't listed among the two that were excluded, but does staff know that offhand? Whether
the two were suggested during our initial discussions. So
yeah, but in the issue paper, there's two. I can't remember.
Gas and
right.
I think hydro, but yeah. I'm looking at additional one.
Yeah, Mr. Lautenbach.
Through this chair, it's something that we'd have to take a closer look at. I think there are definitely some reserve funds that are restricted for the purpose that they've been established for, as you pointed out, the building reserve being an example where we likely would not be able to borrow from that reserve to do that. It will be something that we will look at as part of the long-term financial plan overall. One area of caution, I think, in terms of the time frame, the debt that is in the capital pool right now is for long-term debt, which is 10 years. There is some indication that we likely wouldn't be able to look at that type of term, but I think there are some flexible options that we will consider, knowing that reducing our debt cost is a priority, and so that will be something we will look at more comprehensively within the long-term financial plan.
So one thing that I would appreciate staff to give greater focus on is leveraging on, and I realize that debt is over a longer term, 10-year forecast usually, so taking it from a reserve fixes that amount, and that may not be within the means, but we could position ourselves better depending on the timing of when that debt needs to be issued. Why borrow out there in the market when the interest rates are high when we think that over time the rates may come back down? So it may not be that 10-year, but we could shelter ourselves for the couple of years of borrowing from the reserve and then later issuing out the debt when the rates are more attractive. So I would consider or encourage staff to consider that strategy as well as of our overall reserve and borrowing guidelines. Thank you.
Okay, take that as feedback. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on this. I mean, the fact is, I did some detailed work on it, that if we were to issue this year's, what is it, 3.5 million debt, that if we were to do that, and it were to go out at 3.25% interest like they did last year, and we're earning 2.1%, on our short-term investments. Am I right so far? Yeah. It would be a difference of 1.15% that we could earn. And over a 10-year period, we could earn we would be better off by $222,000. Or starting and for this year, we would be better off by $40,000. Are you with me on all that?
Mr. Haggie?
So,
can I put a schedule up and I'll let the level of playing?
Sure.
Yeah, let me just show you. I won't take 2 minutes.
Oh, just.
The second column shows. The second column shows that if we were able to do that for 10 years, is that not, and I looked, the first two columns deals if we did the whole $3.5 million, whereas the second one uses the $1 million, which you reported that it would be a $65,000 difference. So we're right there. Okay? So I just wanted to point out, though, the problem, the risk you take sometimes in this, in that second example, I showed where we commit ourselves with the 10 years, which we have to, but all of a sudden in the third year, our short-term investments are earning more, and all of a sudden we're losing money on our short-term investments. So in that case, we're really no further ahead. That's all I wanted to show. Okay. Now, having said that, I still would like us to look at cases in the future where we've got sometimes a 1, 2, 3 year project that we could finance, which we are doing now. We're doing the lead program out of there. So it is an avenue where we have something that is a short-term situation that we could fund in this manner. So that's the only reason. Is I would never recommend it for a long-term tenure, and that's what we're limited to when we go to the market on issuing our debentures. But for a 2 or 3 year, it is a source that we can deal with. That's it.
Please.
If we have excess gas tax, that's one of the things that you point out. Surely you invest that. You don't leave it sitting. So it is invested now, right? You have the right to invest.
Mr. Lautenbach? The balance is in the reserve. Councillor Gazal would be invested as a total portfolio, so there would be interest as part of that.
Yeah. So you to say that you can't do there's the Municipal Act. I think it makes it very strict as to where you can invest. Surely we can invest in ourselves. I'm just on that point that you say that we wouldn't be using the funds for a different purpose. We're just investing them in the short term with City instead of CIBC or Scotia McLeod or something.
Mr. Chapman?
I'm really glad we're having this conversation. I think there is something here for us to explore. The fundamental issue we're dealing with is our ability to essentially lock up or tie up city funds for a long period of time. So the other thing that we may want to look at, rather than even borrowing internally, is if we can constrain a cash flow for 10 years, which we would do through internal borrowing, we can also invest it for 10 years and generate the kind of return that we would on internal debt. So I think there are lots of options here. It may not lead to internal borrowing. It may look to longer terms on some investments that we hold. But I'm glad it's come up, and Mr. Lautenbach is committed to do justice to it through the review this year.
I look forward to it. And thank you, Councillor Gazzola, for this work. I do appreciate it. I actually took a picture of it, so you don't have to provide me with a copy. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I like where the conversation's going, and I was thinking that we should, if not for the 2019 budget, at least for the review of the long-term financial model that we're going to look at this year. I think we need to specifically look at increasing our energy retrofit reserve amount and look at a model of borrowing from our own reserves, because it has a short payback period, so it fits. We have the precedent set with the LED retrofit, just as Councillor Gazzola pointed out. We are going to see improved efficiencies, which will result in increased savings in our operating budgets. So it's I think a prime example of how we can look at borrowing from ourselves to increase efficiencies, to be more environmentally sustainable. And really, I think that we're very conservative in the current budget for a reserve that we are proposing this budget, and if we could increase that amount this year, I think that would be ideal. But if not, then I think we should look at that for future budgets.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Davey. I agree with all the suggestions that were. I think this is a really good way to look at in seeing how we can increase some of our income or offset some taxes or whatever that may be, whatever council decides for whatever issue. And this is probably something that should have been a business plan option rather than here. So that's where I'm going to throw that at.
Okay, that concludes questions on that item. We'll move on to McLennan Park. There is no recommendation for this one as well. Any questions on that? I do notice Councillor Singh's away, but not seeing any. Just a quick question on pause. I believe lunch was scheduled for noon. Was that scheduled? Okay. So why don't we just break now then on community grants, and Mayor Rabinovich.
Okay, so I'll call the special council meeting to order. We have 3 existing items to deal with in camera, and we have a 4th labor relations issue item that we need to deal with. I'll first need to take a motion to add the labor relations item to add it to the agenda. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion for all 4 items to go in camera. Councillor Galloway-Seelock, Councillor Marsh. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to recess. Councillor Schneider, and Councillor Michel. I was going Councillor Christine, but sorry. Sorry. Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Sorry. I had a brain fart.
Okay, can everyone please take your seats? Okay, 2 o'clock, right on time. Just what I promised before we left, right? Okay, I believe we are on page final 68. Mr. Haggy.
Sure. At this point, we're moving out of capital into community grants. We're looking for approval, so it's item 7 of the budget resolution, but then the detailed listing that it refers to is Appendix A at the very end of the budget resolution. So we're looking for approval of Tier 1 grants as detailed in the budget resolution.
Very good. Can I get a mover for the Tier 1 grants? Mover for Tier 1 grants, moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Marsh on the Tier 1 grants?
Yeah, just wondering why it is that we haven't seen these until today. Why is it that staff aren't sharing these recipients and the amounts until we get it in a paper copy today?
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is the second year that we've followed this process. If you recall back in, I believe, September of 2018, Council approved delegated authority to staff to handle all appeals. with the final decision coming forward as part of final budget process.
Yeah, I recognize that we have delegated authority, but to receive these on, in the last minute, in the final hour, rather than like we do with everything else, to be approved today, we get that ahead of time. I would like to ask that for future budgets that we receive this item at least a week in advance.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is only the second year that we've done this, so point well taken. We'll certainly endeavor to get it to you sooner. I do know that decisions were just communicated very recently, but we'll look at our timelines and assuming that the individual recipients have been communicated to, we'll try to get this to you sooner next year.
Okay, very good. Recorded vote on this, approving Tier 1 grants. Has everyone voted? And that carries unanimously with those that are present. Mr. Hagee.
So next up is the tax-supported operating budget. Like all the other areas we've been talking about, there's no new information as far as the budget goes. There's no change to the figures that were provided during operating budget. And again, we've provided a listing of the detailed information referring back to the operating budget report presentation and whatnot that has not been repeated and included in today's package. We didn't want to reprint everything, but it's available there if people are looking for it. There are a number of follow-up issue papers, so BDO 7 down to BD 15, that if we're going to be, or I guess we'd look to direction from council about any of those that they want to approve, amend, or what have you. And this is essentially the final stage before we get to the final passing of the rest of the budget resolution. So if there are any changes, we'll be recording those and we can see where we are in terms of the tax rate increase.
Okay, so it would probably be, I was going through the document, it would probably be appropriate to go through these and then pass the rest of the operating as one bulk.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, very good. So we're going to go through, again, as I said earlier, we don't necessarily need to speak to all of these just because they're here, but if you do want to change something or you think it will pass, then please ring in. So we'll go in order, beginning with BDO 7. If you're not for BDO 7, the leisure access card, please unkey yourself in. Councillor Singh for the leisure access card.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to propose the suggestion in the issue paper of an increase to 300 for child, youth, and 265 for the adult, which is an increase impact of 10,000, but I think it is appropriate with time. We do need to start seeing some increases, although it's a fairly flexible program where staff has continually given us confidence that no one has ever turned away. But aside from that, I think the overall cost of programming does go up even through community center models, and I think we have to be appreciative of the impact to those that don't have the financial means. And I think this is only a small amount, although I would like to see a broader enhancement to this program. I don't think that's part of this budget, but I would love to see staff giving more consideration how this program can be further broadened and enhanced. But for the very least, at least for this 2019 budget, this small increase I think is suitable.
Okay, thank you. And I presume just from the excess from the parking, for example, is the funding source?
Honestly, if parking goes into tax and then we take it back from tax, it's all the same thing.
Okay, no, just making sure it's funded though. You want it funded on an operating basis. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, I just had a few questions about this. These figures, if you have a family of three, do all three children get a $250 card? Or is the card, do all three children and then two adults get a $215 card? How does it work?
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. If you have 3 children, they each get that amount for themselves.
Okay, and now we're increasing that, what did I see, to 300 and 265. I was trying to piece together, what does it all add up to for the year? There's no indication here of what the cost is, and in my trying to figure it out, I thought we would be ending up with a bigger impact than $10,000. What is the total cost of that program, and where would you find it in the city budget? What's it located under?
Mr. May.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the budget for the LAC program that is in the 2019 budget is $189,000. The bottom, I draw your attention to the bottom of page final 72. What we found in pulling this issue paper together is that very few users actually use their full allocation. And so we've tried to look at historics, and that's how we've said for $10,000, we do believe it's reasonable to make this increase.
No, and that's fine. You did give partial information, and so I looked at it, and I said 74 used 100 and 380. I wondered what the rest used. I said, well, then if that leaves another 3,900 cards.
Yep.
And if half of those 39 use 50% and the other half use 25%, it comes up to a much bigger figure. So, but you said the total figure is?
189,000.
189,000, and now it's going to go to 199,000?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to answer, because this is an interesting point about the LIC program I think council should be aware of. We did do some analysis for more detailed information, as Councillor Gazzola noted. What's interesting is that some users of the LAC card actually don't spend a cent, but they use that card to go to other organizations as proof that they're eligible for other discounts. So they can go to the neighborhood associations or minor sports groups and get discounts. And so what we're learning is that actually people, some of them, don't want access to our programs. They want the card to get access to other programs.
Yeah, and just another question on that. I looked up what LIC. Oh, you look at this every year? Do we ask people to submit a request every year? Does that, like those, I looked up under Revenue Canada where the LICO figures. They change every year. So do we look at these every year? So a person has to become eligible every year.
Yes. So through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So I think what you're asking is if you apply once, or you just always, no, every year they need to meet the eligibility criteria, yes.
Yeah. And the final thing is, as the year goes along, even though I forget you said 189,000, if somebody still wants to use it, like if everybody used it, you'd go well beyond that 189,000.
That's correct.
So as the year goes on, if people do use it and you're beyond that, you carry on with it.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, this is a program where we will never turn an applicant away that is eligible because we've run out of funds.
If I could just, it isn't an interesting program because if everybody did use it, we're looking at over $500,000 that we're providing for the public to use.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I absolutely agree. And actually, based on Councillor Marsh's request and the information that we've pulled for this issue paper, we're going to be doing a bit of a review next year, engaging with users to understand why they're not using it, because we do want them to use their full allocation, but there may be future budget impacts.
Okay. Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, I'm pleased to see that there's a proposal here to increase the amount. I'd be happy to even go higher to increase it by $100 per individual user, because I think even though all of the cards aren't used and not everybody is using their full amount, I think for those that do use it, it does have a huge impact on their finances. So, you know, I would like to pass a motion to increase that to $100 per individual user.
Okay, I will take that motion, and I'll give staff a second to figure out, I can't do it quickly, what the impact would just be double, right? Yeah, okay, the impact would be double. So I'll take that motion afterwards. Councillor Marsh.
I'm pleased to hear support for this idea, and I hadn't given thought to the additional monies. I know we have one motion on the floor, so then we'll have to see how we deal with that. But yeah, I'm pleased to see it here, and I absolutely will support an increase.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. I have you again.
Yeah, sorry, can I get a clarification from Councillor Chapman? You're saying...
Councillor Chapman's moved an amendment to increase it from $50 increase to $100 increase.
50, oh, I see, okay. Sure.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, I don't have a problem where that's going, but to me it's premature. Staff are saying they're going to do a study on this. We're not turning anybody away. Let's wait to hear, are there problems out there, because, at that point, so I'm supportive of it, but I will not support the motion today, because you're going to add $10,000 to the tax bill.
Thank you. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I kind of have the same opinion. I know that this is important, and it's an important issue, but I come back to the fact that staff will not turn anybody away. And so it doesn't matter what the budget is, if we put more money in or not. Staff are not going to turn anyone away, and if there's an over expenditure, then staff come up with the money. So I don't see the need to put more money into this as of yet. And when the review comes forward, I'll take a look at it. But right now, I don't think we need to add, even though I'm fully supportive of the program.
So I would echo Councillor Galloway-Seelock and Councillor Gazzola's comments to a T. And the only thing I would add is that, there are some items that are coming up here. I'd like to have some dollars left to put towards. We are creeping up to that inflationary number. Councillor Singh, I have you in the queue.
Yeah, just to kind of make a comment on that. It's not about being turned away. It's about the amount that you're eligible for. I do agree that everyone, and I'm glad to see the staff have that acknowledgement and support that no one gets turned away, but it's the amount of programming costs, and I think we do need to see some sort of incremental increase, and I'm sure that's what Councillor Galloway-Seelock is supportive of as well, and I also encourage the fact that staff are looking at it as an overall review of this program. But my comment to what's being proposed by Councillor Chapman, I think we should perhaps look at what staff have suggested already as a smaller incremental increase, and then looking at the overall program and seeing the changes that could be brought. And is that $50 sufficient, or does it need to be $100 more, or does it need to be greater, or does it need to be different than the way the program is currently outlined? I think what's being proposed to the staff, through the issue paper, I think is probably the prudent action at this point.
Okay, and just for clarification, the recommendation by staff is not to change it. So that's just yeah. Okay, yeah. Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that staff have also said that the majority of people are not using their full allotment, and so I don't see currently the need to increase it, and so I'm not supportive of the direction that is going.
Okay, yeah, so we'll take a vote on that then. So first, and again, just to be clear, I'm not going to support any increase at this time, but I think all of those that have voiced concerns against it have been open to increasing it pending the customer experience review that staff's brought forward. Councillor Ioannidis.
I just want a bit of clarification on the amount of funds that are put in that card. What happens is it on a yearly basis? So what happens if they don't use all that funds? Can they use it the following year?
I think it's annual. Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you are correct. It's an annual allocation. So if they don't use it, it just doesn't get spent. They apply for the card in the following year and get the full amount.
Okay, so those funds that aren't used or allocated for goes above and beyond, does it go back into that account?
So we're not budgeting for the full cost of this program if everyone spent their full allocation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Michaud.
Yeah, thank you. I just have to agree with Councillor Chapman on this one. I think that sometimes people having to ask for something is very difficult, and they have they have $50, it's gone. It's hard to ask for more, and I just think that it's a small amount if it's all not even being used. I would like to see it go up to 100 just for that reason.
Okay, I will take the motion on that. So before we vote on Councillor Singh's motion to raise it $50, we'll vote on Councillor Chapman's amendment to increase it by $100. Okay, so we're voting on the amendment to increase it to $100. If that fails, then we'll vote on increasing it to $50, by $50. Pardon me? Oh, sorry, okay. I don't remember exactly what I said, but the motion right now is Councillor Chapman's amendment. To Councillor Singh's recommendation was to raise it by $50. Councillor Chapman made an amendment to raise it by $100. So if the $100 fails, then we will vote on the $50, and if that fails, then we'll vote on the base one, okay? So right now, we're just voting on the $100. Those in favor? And opposed? And that fails on a tie. We will now vote on increasing it by $50 as per Councillor Singh's original recommendation. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, to the next item, the full-time equivalent positions. Now, of all of the positions outlined, staff has indicated that they could delay the hiring, of 3 of them. All the information is there, and that would add a total savings to the bottom line of $120,500. Councillor Gallo-Silock, I believe you requested this issue paper.
Yes, I would like to move that we move forward with all of the positions, but that we get the savings of $120,500 in savings this year. I know that'll come next year, but that would be my motion.
Okay, very good. Any comments or questions on that? Councillor Gazzola?
I'm not clear on what happens with the $120,000.
It's just the delay on page final 78. It's the delay of those 3 positions in delaying the hiring of them. So it's basically gapping.
What is included in the budget now?
$120,500 more.
Pardon?
$120,500 more.
So we can take that out?
Yeah, so that's what Councillor...
And we're taking it out?
Yes, that's what Councillor Gallo...
So that's reducing the tax levy?
For now, yes, unless it gets spent later, but yes.
For now,
we're not done budget day. I don't want to lie to you, Councillor Gazzola, I'm being clear. Okay. Okay, no other comments. I will support, of course. Recorded vote. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Just got to keep track of where we are here. 120,500. Okay. The affordable housing. Councillor Ioannidis, I have you first in the queue.
I'm looking at the options here, and I'm just going to throw it out there. I think we should be looking at option 3, and that's where I want to put forward. What's that?
The motion was to, he's moving option number 3.
Option number 3.
Which would have a $90,000 impact in 2019, as on page final 80. Okay. Is that good, Councillor Ioannidis? Yeah, okay. Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank staff for all the work that's been put into coming up with this issue paper, and the willingness to go ahead and look at different options to deal with the affordable housing crisis we have. And I would say everybody here would probably agree that we have an affordable housing crisis in the region and across the country. As we know, in the region there are over 4,200 families on an affordable housing list, and that's up by 600 since 2010. It takes about 5 to 7 years to get off, on average, for people to be housed. We also have over 300 chronically homeless people, many of them living here in Kitchener. And the need for affordable housing has a number of causes, such as the rise in precarious employment, an aging population, many of whom are on a fixed income, ever-increasing levels of student debt, rising rents and housing prices. And in addition to these explanations, as stated on page 017 in the original budget proposal, we can anticipate an economic downturn over the next 5 years, which will make life even more difficult for more people. All levels of government have a responsibility here. We live in a developed, wealthy country. In recognition of the affordable housing crisis, the federal government has introduced a national housing strategy in 2018. The provincial government has invested in an affordable housing program. The Provincial Planning Act includes an inclusionary zoning clause which invites municipalities to do their share in addressing the problem. The idea that municipal governments take action is not novel. Toronto initiated the Open Door Affordable Housing Program in 2016. In 2012, Vancouver introduced the Affordable Housing Choices interim rezoning policy, and Montreal has set a target that 30% of all new residential construction be affordable for lower moderate income households. They acknowledge that without active intervention, the housing situation will worsen in the coming years. I would say everyone deserves to live a dignified life. Everyone has the right to adequate housing. And I encourage councillors to support option 4, as detailed in BDO 9, to ensure an accelerated response to this crisis. This will provide a first step in creating a Made in Kitchener contribution to solving the affordable housing crisis. And I would just add, if I still have a couple moments, point out that in option 3, it doesn't really address what would be required to move forward in developing an affordable housing contribution. And I won't say solution because I think there are many components to actually solving this problem. So my motion would be to accept motion 4 as detailed on page F8.
Okay, thank you. So the process for this would be, because this wouldn't technically be an amendment, because contrary to Councillor Ioannidis' motion, we would take his motion first, and should that fail, we would take your motion, I believe. Yes, that's how it would work.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. I was very pleased to support Councillor Ioannidis' motion to add affordable housing to the work plan for 2019. And I'm surprised, frankly, that we're not looking at that option today from Councillor Ioannidis. I think it's clear from staff's report that should we want to indeed have staff go ahead and keep affordable housing in the business plan for 2019, that we need to vote on option 2 or 4. So I'm just, maybe I can ask for clarification from Councillor Ioannidis.
It could be that we need clarification from staff as well, but Councillor Ioannidis?
Did I move the wrong one? Yeah, I think I moved the wrong one. This option one.
Option number 3 is accelerate the planning work. There's details on the page previous. Option number 2 is the additional focus on affordable housing.
Yeah, that's the one. Sorry, I must have read the wrong one.
Okay, that makes more sense. Okay, so
Sorry,
which
I'm
one?
sick.
Oh, no, which one do you want? Are you, whatever you want. No, which one are you proposing?
The option 2.
Option
right?
2.
That's the one with inclusionary zoning and everything else.
Yeah.
That's the one I want to look at.
You
We
want
need the
option
tools.
2, not 4.
No, not 4. We need to know the tools first. We need to know what we can put forward before we can have that full discussion with them, right? So
Okay, so option 3.
let's just hold on. Let me read this.
Yeah, go ahead. So while Councillor Ioannidis is gathering his thoughts on his motion, that's fine. I appreciate where he's coming from because I have misread a few things here today as well. So that's fair. It's a lot to read. I am very much in support of option 4. Because I think, and I want to thank staff for bringing forward this issue paper. It's the one that I did request, and I am interested to see us be a leader, as I mentioned in our strategic session the other day, a leader in urban planning. And we have so much going forward in terms of our long-range planning. We have so many strategies that we've approved on a holistic level, but we need to get to the nitty-gritty in defining and fine-tuning our secondary plans for the areas that are being looked at under option 3. So I'm interested to support, again, option 4 should that we get to vote on that.
Can I have a point of clarification?
Okay, point of
It
clarification.
is option 4, sorry. It is option 4, but you're...
Okay, so the motion, there's only one motion on the floor this time. It is option number 4. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Through the chair, yes, I would also like to speak in support of option 4. I think if we're going to make a serious effort at making some headway with affordable housing, absolutely we need to have the direction of option 2, but without doing option 4, without adding it with option 3, then we're not adding the teeth to it. So to me, there's no other way forward if we're going to make a serious attempt at helping to alleviate this problem. So I will be voting in favor of option 4.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a clarification from staff. From Councillor Ioannidis' earlier motion about including affordable housing in our base plan for 2019, so wouldn't that automatically be in the base budget if that's already a direction that's received, that resources would have been allocated where that work would have happened, regardless of what's being voted on today or not?
Mr. Rubin?
Through the chair, so I believe staff did comment at the time that it was subject to budget approval to add resources towards affordable housing.
So if we were not to, even though that's a direction given to staff to include affordable housing or work on towards affordable housing as a strategy, if there's no monies, no work would happen in 2019.
There is the Joint Services Initiative, which is a very bare minimum component of work, which would not advance an affordable housing strategy for this year.
That's fair. And with what's, rather than the allocation of resources being from the tax base or alternative savings from other areas, there's monies that have been outlined from both the province and the federal government. Are there not any funds or grants that we could seek out or anything that we have already has been transferred to the city as opposed to from the tax base or alternative source?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any that the lower tier municipality could access at this time, but we can certainly explore that further through the coming year. So the housing provider typically for the region is the upper tier in our current structure, but there are tools that the lower tier municipality can implement.
So the lower tier hasn't received any monies from the province when they issued out their...
Through the chair, we did receive funding under the previous provincial government for some affordable housing funding. However, that money was repealed by the current government.
Oh, has been repealed. Okay, and there's nothing allocated from the okay. Okay, that being said, I would encourage if there is additional sources that are outlined through the grant process from the federal or provincial government, which hopefully they will see some wisdom towards that. Affordable housing is a strategy that needs to have some hard resources allocated that we would alternatively access those funds. And even though for now I would be supporting option 4, I agree with what Councillor Marsh has said and the empathetic appeal by Councillor Chapman that this is a grappling issue faced by the community with rising home costs, with and at the same time not seeing the number of rental units coming to market, which is overall putting pressure and increasing rental rates and making affordable home or ownership or even residence outside the means of an average citizen, let alone someone that has economic deficiencies. I think this is something that we need to manage with, and it needs to be an overall holistic approach rather than just looking at affordable housing to meet a certain demographic. I think it needs to be that ownership should be in the reach of everyone, and at the same time those that need that extra assistance as well. So if we are allocating the necessary monies to look at that strategy and hopefully encourage a public-private partnership and work with the development community to find the right type of solutions, that would be a great asset. And at the same time, if you're increasing funding to the planning department for accelerated planning work, that should be emphasis put on encouraging increased rental units coming to the market, or how do we look at that strategy as well? That should be a two-prong approach. So support option 4 as outlined by both Councillor Idas from his previous work and as acknowledged and supported by Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
I really don't know where to go with this, and so I'm really, I'm totally in favor, and I know I can see what the problem is out there, and weather like this, the problem's magnified. My only issue is here that this is a mandate that's at another level of government. And we're making a big decision to do that, to go into that area. Is that what we want to do? Is that what our constituents want to do? If they do, I'm totally supportive of it. But should we not have more information as to where we're going and what it could mean down the road? We always talk about sustainability. I totally can support the need for affordable housing, but we need to iron out, we can't do everything. I would love to see a cure for diabetes, especially, and cancer, but we can't do everything. So I'd like to hear more from our constituents as to this is the area that we want to get into at the local level, and that we're prepared to use local dollars to get into something that isn't really under our mandate at the present time. So I'm not going to support it. I'm not going to support this question, but it doesn't mean I want to be accused of not supporting affordable housing. I'm asking the question of where does it belong? Okay, convince me that it's something we should be involved in at this time without further studies.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gazzola. There are now 7 people in the queue plus my own questions, so we are dragging on this. Quite a few are in for a second round. Who hasn't spoken yet? Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I can't wait to press my yes button and support option 4 here. I think this is one of the best investments we're going to make in this budget. I recall our last session of council, delegation came in and shared the life she had to turn to because she did not have a place to live. Investing in affordable housing, giving people dignity and a place to live can help them avoid a lot of social issues. And I think it's clear, our residents have said that they want us to do our part in helping with the affordable housing issue. And I think we're making a great statement and a great investment with this.
Thank you. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I'd just like to add to Councillor Schneider's comment as well, adding that what we're proposing here is just a part of what the entire community is going to do. Affordable housing has been an issue right across the board, as far as I can recall, during the campaign period and even before that. It's a fundamental right for human beings to be able to live with a roof over their head, and I think we would be doing our community a disservice if we did not support this motion. Thank you.
Ms. Rabb, did you want to comment? No, I'm sorry. Oh, no problem. That happens on occasion. Mayor Rabinovich.
Thank you very much, and I apologize. I had to leave briefly to deal with a family matter, but and I apologize if this question has already been asked. The dollars that we're talking about here, I presume, are capital and not operating dollars. Is that correct?
Those are the exact question I was going to ask.
Because we're not looking for these positions to be permanent. We're looking for them for, I would imagine, probably about 2 years at most.
That was my question, because the recommended funding source is at least partially from operating. So could staff comment on that? Mr. Chapman.
Through the chair, we actually thought it was a very clever recommendation to make, because we anticipated that there would be some one-time savings on staff deferrals. So the $120,000 is a one-time savings in 2019. Those costs would be annualized next year. And so what we're suggesting is, in the dollars that you will save in 2019 by delaying hiring, you can fund essentially this short-term contract for the housing work. Next year, that budget room will be taken up by those full-time positions, and it will no longer be required for the temporary role.
Sorry, that's correct. Yeah. So we already approved the 120 savings, but that isn't operating. That's you should be thought of as capital because it's one time.
Okay. So and so then it would go to those other roles after that. Right. Okay. That I think makes a whole lot of sense then. So I will certainly support this recommendation. I think since I've been back, a number of very relevant comments have been made, including the notion of housing as a human right. It certainly is clearly one of the sustainable development goals that have been identified at a global level for cities and communities. And quite frankly, it's a priority that has been talked about by all three orders of government, which in our case, because of the fact that we have a two-tier structure here in Waterloo Region, there's a role to be played both at the local and at the regional level when it comes to affordable housing. There's no question that, as Councillor Gazzola points out, the region is the housing provider or leader in the region, as mandated by the province, and so they're the ones that handle the provincial and or federal grants and putting out calls for proposal when those opportunities present themselves. But that doesn't mean that there aren't a number of things that we can do, including trying to encourage not-for-profits to look at providing some of that housing stock in Kitchener, working with providers such as Habitat for Humanity and others to see what can be done, as well as a number of the other planning tools that have been talked about, including inclusionary zoning, our program that we have in place already for not-for-profit housing in terms of the grants that are available in lieu of the building permit fees and so on. And perhaps, part of what we may want to do is look at the whole development charges. I mean, as you know, we were part of a pilot that we were one of 12 cities in Ontario that were selected to be part of a pilot over 3 years. I think we were going to get 1.3 million or thereabouts roughly over 3 years to encourage affordable housing construction, and that program was canceled. And so if we think that those things are priorities, what part of what might come out of these roles is an increased role that we may want to take on some of this. We may want to talk about, and I talked about this during the campaign, and in fact, Toronto just did this today with about 13 properties. They looked at how they can use some of their land ownership to encourage the development of affordable housing on properties that they own. And so, this is the kind of thing that we may want to look at in the future as well. So I'm certainly supportive of this, and I think it would be good to move forward in a timely manner on it.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, I agree with what my colleagues have said on this as well, and Councillor Galloway Councillor Gazzola had asked the question of whether or not this is something that we should be doing, and I firmly believe that this is something that we should be doing, and I also believe that we heard at the doors. We already have asked our citizens about this, and they talked about it time and time again at the doors, that this was a very, very important issue to them. I heard from constituents who talked about family members that had been on lists of affordable housing for over 10 years waiting. So it is part of our mandate, I believe, and it's something that we should be working towards in partnership with our regional counterparts, in partnership with other community organizations, and I do think that it's very, very important to our constituents.
Thank you. Before we go a second round, I just need, I'm not sure if staff's prepared to answer this question yet, but again, I really want to support this. My only concern, and I'd like some assurances that this isn't only going to be in concert with the region, but with our partner municipalities. And I've voiced my concern in the past that a fantastic affordable housing inclusionary zoning in Kitchener alone could have limited results because developers are fluid. We are on an island. They can move their developments to Waterloo or Cambridge. Does this in any way, shape, or form put us on that path? Mr. Reedman.
Through the chair, as part of my previous comments, I already indicated that we are already in a joint partnership with the City of Waterloo, and we could look at broadening that with the City of Cambridge as well through this study work. But at a minimum, we are looking at doing a lot of the work with the City of Waterloo as well.
Okay, I do appreciate it. I think it's important. And I just wanted to clarify then, so in terms of the budget impact, if this were approved, the 120,500, that would pay for that, and the balance would come out of a capital account, correct? Mr. Lautenbach?
That's correct. So the intent was that the savings from those positions, if they were applied against this issue paper, that the balance would be used for that, for this purpose, and then the remainder would be capital contingency.
Okay, very good. Okay, for a second round, beginning with Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Chair Davey. So I want to also respond to the question that was put, is this something that we should be doing? It's not just because it's nice to do. It's not like curing diabetes. It's actually, we are mandated to look at zoning, and inclusionary zoning regulations is within our purview at the City of Kitchener. Also, creating community improvement plans, offering development bonusing and financial incentives from within our locus of control is within our mandate, and it's something that we need to do our part with our community partners. And I agree, we need to work with our partners at the City of Waterloo and the City of Cambridge and other local area municipalities, so that we are not the only ones, but certainly it's clear that the residents of Kitchener want us to do that, and based on the statistically relevant sample of the Environic study, we also know that currently we have zero staff time allocated towards affordable housing, and so we need to at least, at a minimum, provide some monies towards having staff look at this, look at what we can do within what is City of Kitchener sandbox. We're not trying to step our toes into somebody else's sandbox, but we have a role to play, and so that's why I'm so pleased to hear that this is likely to pass as a first step towards that.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll come to you last, Councillor Knight. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, you already touched on why I had rung back in is looking at a multi-city approach. I think this has to be a cohesive strategy. It can't be a city alone. A city of Kitchener alone should be Waterloo and Cambridge combined. Now, the costs proposed through the budget, and I hear from Mr. Reedman that we are already in cooperation with the city of Kitchener. Is there estimate based on that cooperation already? Or would we be utilizing and seeing what that overall cost would be at a later point?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, so the City of Waterloo has identified a staff person to participate in their portion of the work. We do not have that resource, so this would be either funding that or looking at, like a consultant study, depending on what route we go, or a combination of the two.
So whatever work happens going forward with our staff, that would be a joint work, so the strategy would be mutual. What would come forward as a recommendation to both City of Waterloo and City of Kitchener at this point?
Through the chair, we estimate that the cost outlined in the staff report would be the work that would be incurred, or the cost that would be incurred for the City of Kitchener, and then if other municipalities were to do additional work, then they would have to pony up their amount to join in.
Mr. Chapman, sir.
I just want to clarify that our intention is to work as cooperatively as we can on the inclusionary zoning assessment, because we do agree with you that ideally we would have uniform zoning provisions across the region. I do think that Kitchener is taking an extra step forward on the strategy itself, and so while our interest will be to work with partners on that, at the end of the day, to the point the Mayor made, Kitchener may decide to dispose of surplus lands to generate affordable housing in partnership with KHI. And I would say that that's something that we can do without a full partnership across the region. Obviously, alignment is a good thing, but I think there will be some things that come out of this strategy that there's no reason why Kitchener could not move forward with, and it wouldn't be to the detriment of our development industry. It's just an opportunity that we would choose to pursue at this time.
Okay, well, that being said, I think a joint approach is still a advisable way forward, and whatever planning, overall high-arching planning principles that would be recommended through this work, I think it should be something that is mutual to both City of Kitchener, Waterloo, and Cambridge. Again, as my earlier comments, the strategy has to be cohesive, not just the City of Kitchener run.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Chair Davey. I'm very happy to hear all the comments that are being made around the horseshoe and the support that I hear, and by no means, Councillor Gazzola, just because if you don't support it doesn't mean you don't believe in this. I don't buy that. I think you do believe in this. It's just you have a different opinion. What I think this does is, from our last meeting when I was dealing with KHI, I want us to be in a position to hit the ground running, and when the feds come in the next 5-6 months, and I'm sure the mayor can attest to this, that there's probably going to be hopefully some announcements with some funding for affordable housing. So I want us to be in that position and support the organizations that are going to be able to have access to those funds or ourselves. And I know our staff are very professional. There's by no means that they're going to have duplicate services or anything with the region. They're going to work collaboratively, and I think will be another perfect example of how we work things here locally and how we collaborate, and just give the Ford government another reason to see why our model is the model that should be followed. And also, quite frankly, like, since Frank's not here, but I think it sets an example to our partners in neighboring cities that if we move forward with this, that it's going to put pressure on them as well to move forward along with this. And it's time we need to address this issue. And by any means, I don't think we're going to solve this issue. I don't think we're going to even come close to solving this issue. But at least we can help support those that are that are marginalized, and give them at least a few other individuals a chance of having some kind of form of shelter, or whatever that may be. And maybe if somewhere down the line we're going to look at small homes, as we've talked before. So I mean, I think the time is now. And with the inclusionary zoning, I'm all for that, because I think our zoning is too restrictive. I think the way our cities are growing now, we need to have looser zoning and less restrictive zoning, and for multi-uses, because if we really want to protect our farmlands, our countryside, we need to have multi-uses for our properties, and that is being utilized today. So I think this is something that we need to be moving forward with.
Thank you. There's no other comments. I'll just say I'll be supporting this as well. I think I constantly worried about straying outside of our municipal jurisdiction, but I think that we are still within it, and I think we owe it to the residents that are struggling with this to do the extent of what we can financially and within our own jurisdiction. So I will be supporting this as well. Recorded vote. It's option number 4, yes. Voting on option number 4 as financially supported on page final 80. And that carries unanimously. Very good. Okay, we're on to final 81, tree planting on privately owned lands. There is no tax impact here. I'm not sure we need to speak to this, but if anyone had any comments. I'm not seeing, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. And I know we can't really ask questions at this point, is that right?
You can certainly ask questions.
Okay, yeah. Because I'm excited to see this. I'm just wondering, though, and we heard from residents during the budget consultation about the need to protect trees that are planted on private properties. So when we're putting money into planting trees on private property, is there? To me, I think we need some teeth that goes along with doing that, about protecting the trees that are there right now. So it's kind of a question. I don't know who I should direct that towards.
Okay. Ms. McGoldrick would be happy to answer that question.
So through you, Chair Davey, I'm happy to say that as part of the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy, there are several elements of the strategy that relate to the urban forest. So one of those strategies are around protection. And so while this issue paper doesn't deal directly with protection, although it does provide support to allow residents to understand what best to plant and how best to maintain the trees on their property, there's also another element related to protection of our urban forest. And so when we bring forward the Sustainable Urban Forest Strategy in the spring, you'll see elements related to that as well.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And I look forward to seeing that.
Councillor Inez?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch upon that as well. And this is something I've been very supportive of for a long time with our tree canopy, and I'm glad that our new members are seeing the bonus and added value of our tree canopy, and I can't wait to see how this is fleshed out. So I'm just glad to see this here.
Okay, very good. So there's no further comments or action on that item. We'll move to BD 11, increasing the operating transfer from the hydro reserve. Recommendation is leave everything as it is. Anyone care to comment or have any questions on this? I'm not seeing any. Okay, we will move to BD 12, the sidewalk. No, don't need to move anything. Don't need to move that. The sidewalk repair and replacement, again, for information, there's a large price tag associated with this, but it's going to come in the future. Any comments or questions on sidewalk repair replacement? Not seeing any. BD 13, increased assessment growth projection. This one as well is largely academic. Any questions on this? Not seeing any. BD 14, this one we do have to vote on. The side, okay, go ahead, Councillor Hernandez. Councillor Hernandez wanted to comment on the sidewalk issue. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Rosalind for doing the work, and it gives me a little more reassurance that we are doing more and above and beyond, and I appreciate your work in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Page final 91, the mileage and per diem rates. We do need to take a motion on this. Could I get someone to move that? Hello, anyone want to move mileage and per diem rates? Could I? We're almost done, guys. We're on page final 91, and I need a mover for this item, the mileage and per diem rates. Could I get a mover? Or Mayor Verbenovich, thank you. Any comments or questions or concerns? It's a very minor impact. Not seeing any. Recorded vote. So that carries unanimously with those that are here. Councillor Galway-Seelock, I have you in the queue.
Yeah, can we go back to final 84? You were pumping along so nice.
Oh, sorry.
I'd like to move a recommendation that we increase the transfer from the hydro reserve to the operating budget by $75,000.
By the amount that was looked at?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll give everyone a look. The motion is on page final 84, and that's to transfer an additional $75,000 from the hydro reserve to the operating budget, which would reduce the levy for now. So I'll give people a moment to take a look at that. Mayor Prabановich.
So I'm not averse to looking at it. The only thing I will caution council on is that hydro is going to, every X number of years we need to do a rate rebasing and so on, and we're in the midst of doing that. So there is a chance or a risk that we may not see the same level of dividend that we've seen in the past in the future. So I'm just cautioning that, as we go down that path, I mean, we're still okay in terms of the opening and ending balances, but this is a point that if we make the change now, we may need to make a further change in the future. We don't know the answer to that, but I think I'd be remiss if I didn't alert council to that.
Okay, there is no one else in the queue on this. I would echo Mayor Verbanovich's comments. I think maybe if it was a lower amount than 75,000, I could support it. If just it seems like seems a little high given the uncertainty going forward. I'm not going to make an amendment because I can't, but I won't be supporting the 75,000. So if that comes forward after, and Councillor Chapman, have you in the queue?
Yeah, for Councillor Galway-Seelock, if this money were to be moved to the operating budget, did you have something in mind? No?
Councillor Galway-Seelock?
Just to reduce the tax rate, the impact to the homeowner.
Okay. Mayor Verbenovich?
I'm struggling with this one a little bit because, we have a rate that is below the rate of inflation right now. So I think we're in a good spot. But I am sensitive, though, to the issue of water, sewage, and storm, and the overall impact on folks. I'll maybe just ask staff. I mean, If, for example, what kind of decrease could we weather in terms of the hydro dividend that comes to us, let's say, over the next several years, without it being a huge concern, if we go with 75,000 versus, let's say, 50,000? Is my question making sense?
It makes sense. It might be difficult to answer. I'm not seeing anyone jump at this one. Mr. Lautenbach.
Through the chair, it is a difficult answer, or difficult question to answer, because it is something that we would want to look at more comprehensively, and it would be planned for us to take a look at our dividend policies as part of the long-term financial plan as well. Certainly, there's been a lot of interest today about increasing part of the dividends in various accounts, and again, it was something that we'd want to look at more closely. I would assume, as the issue paper outlines, that there's some risk to it, depending on where things go. If you look at the minimum balances, we're right at the minimum in terms of what our target would be here. So it's not as though the reserve has excess capacity in it at this time, and so that would be my comments back.
Sorry, we're at the minimum. We're at the minimum in 2023, correct?
Mr. Lautenbach?
If you look at the first section of the chart, you have 2019 where it indicates the 2.5 million. Ending balance right now would be 2.6. In the forecast, we're dropping down to 2.5 if we reduce the, or if we go ahead with the $75,000 proposal.
Mayor Benovich.
I'm going to.
I have two people in the queue after you.
I'm going to move an amendment to go to 50,000 instead.
Sorry, what?
To go to a 50,000 increase instead of
50 instead of 75. Okay. Thank you. I'll take that. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I can appreciate the note of caution that staff are suggesting that we don't have a certainty as to the dividends that we will be receiving from our hydro interests, and so we have to be careful as to how much we take out of that reserve to insulate us for that uncertainty. But at the same time, I think we should be open to taking a look and seeing if there is sufficient grounds for us to be able to lessen the impact to the taxpayer overall. And I'm not always very tied to that hard set inflationary number, for in my mind it is always coming around. If it's a little more, if that's the aspect of reality, it's a little more. But if it's a little less, then that's certainly grounds that we should be able to entertain. And I definitely applaud Councillor Galloway-Seelock's attempt to look for savings wherever possible. But that being said, rather than taking the monies out of the reserve towards operation or into capital or current, so it would be incremental, could we not take the $75,000 for this year into some capital project, which that requirement is taking from capital or current, where it's only 1 year impact, and then we could see year after year depending on how that dividend return is, as opposed to just building it into the base. As an example, the cycling is coming out of capital or current, whatever aspect of funding, but it's showing as a capital or current. The $75,000 could be reduced towards that impact, which overall would end up impacting the tax base, lowering the to the taxpayer of that $75,000.
Mr. Chapman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I was with you, Councillor Singh, right up to the very last statement, but if you wanted to flow
I just gave a suggestion about cycling. You guys are the experts, so you can outline where there's a capital project that's coming out of capital or current that $75,000 could be allocated towards.
But the point I thought you were making is that if it was ultimately transferred to capital and it reduced the capital out of current demand in 2019 by $75,000, that would be a $75,000 levy reduction.
One time.
But then it would be a $75,000 levy add in 2020.
It wouldn't be, because it's only wherever there's a requirement for a one-time funding.
But you'd be reducing the transfer to capital by $75,000. So in a case like this where it's a one-time reduction, it's basically 1/10 of the value that you would have to take to recognize the savings in the levy. What I would say, though, is that if Council was inclined to entertain a one-time transfer, that certainly reduces the risk to the reserve.
I'm not aware that there's an unfunded issue right now, but certainly you could make a one-time transfer to capital if you weren't inclined to make an ongoing contribution to
But if it's a one-time transfer to capital, it's only 1/10 of the impact.
If you reduce the capital contribution, it would be 1/10 of the impact unless you want to create a levy increase next year automatically.
So 1/10 of 0.06%.
Yeah, it's not as much. I mean, if as aspect of principle, I think that may be a better direction as opposed to leaving the uncertainty of where our reserves go, and then we could take a closer look and seeing what our dividend returns are future years. I'm open to suggestions around the table.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gazzola.
I just have a couple of words. Shame on you, Council. You're talking out of both sides of your mouth. All day, I've been trying to do some things. I had a number of reasons here on this hydro one. I didn't even bother bringing them up. You've come to the end of the day. You've come to the end of 3 meetings. We really have made no movement, and all of a sudden, for show and tell, we're deciding to throw something in here. I won't support it, whatever it is.
Councillor Gallagher-Seelock.
This isn't for show and tell. This is the paper that I asked for when we were dealing with it back in capital or operating. It's something I've been trying to reduce the tax levy impact all day, including bringing forward the delay of hiring, including bringing the parking dividend. So I've been trying to reduce the levy impact all day. There was one that I wasn't even sure I was going to support, but I did because of the arguments with regards to affordable housing, with the arguments that I heard around the horseshoe. And so I wasn't sure I was going to support that increase. And so it's not talking out of both sides of my mouth. It's not about show and tell. It's about doing something that is right for the residents and what I believe. And I believe that our hydro can handle a $75,000 extra transfer to save the taxpayers money. It does bring our bottom line down, our reserves a little bit down in 2022, but 2024. But we can deal with that when we get to that point, if we get to that point. Here I'm saying a lot of ifs here, if we don't get the dividends that we're supposed to get. So I think we're in a fine position right now to do that. And I think to suggest that this is all show and tell, it's offensive.
Okay, there's no one else in the queue. What we're going to do first is we're going to vote on Mayor Rabinovich's amendment to move it down from $75,000 to $50,000 transfer. And if that fails, then we would take the original motion of $75,000, okay? So first we're voting on transferring 50 instead of 75 to the tax base. Those in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Now we have to vote on the main motion, which is to do the transfer in the $50,000 amount, I believe, yes. Because the original vote was just to change the figure. Now we have to vote to approve it. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Okay, the next several pages are, to 135 is the public input feedback. I do not believe there's anything motion related here. Councillor Marsh, I have you in the queue.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make a comment that I know that all of council appreciates the feedback that we get from the residents who choose to respond to our request for feedback. And to that end, I think it's important that going forward that we ask staff to take the data that we receive online and give us the information in a more clear way. So we have the raw data here. We have exactly what time each comment came in, but we don't have the number of, each of us has to go and read through each comment and tally up the number of comments for or against an issue and the number of comments that are unique and read them each really quite thoroughly to absorb them. And given the bulk of data that we have to absorb to make the right decisions for our city, I think it's only fair to ask that staff just provide us with one additional level of analysis. I'm not asking for detailed analysis, just group the comments for next year, please. So I don't know if that needs a motion or just a direction to staff, but I asked for that last year and it didn't happen, so I'm asking for it this year again.
Mr. Hagan?
Sure. Through the chair, that was direction from last year. This year, because of the schedule, we closed the poll Wednesday by noon, and it had to be out essentially Thursday by noon. So we had to take all the information and compile it and put it in the right format and prepare it. So we didn't have time for that this year because of the schedule, but we are looking to do that as a more regular process.
Because of the compressed budget schedule as it relates to the election.
Yes, and even the budget schedule. We had public input night, and the desire of council was to have all the public input provided in advance of that. So we had to get the information to clerks in a timely fashion and try to leave the poll open kind of as long as we could to get as much information as we could from the public.
Yeah, and with all due respect, I fully get that. I understand the challenges. I'm not asking for staff to have such a tight turnaround time, but I do think that with planning ahead for next time, I think we could cut off the poll date, put a real push out to get people to comment by the deadline, and then give staff ample time to just group the comments accordingly.
Right, and in a normal year that would happen. This year, council may recall, we had capital on the Monday, we closed the poll on the Wednesday, and had to have it to clerks by Thursday.
Okay, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, I have no one else in the queue. We are into the resolutions, but before we get there, I would ask if there are any other items that have not been dealt with. Councillor Singh?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Our like to, before we start closing this off, quickly revisit the earlier questions that were asked by Councillor Gazzola towards the way we are budgeting towards our investment returns. And at this point, so just again refresh, I think in approximations we are budgeting, compared to last year, we're budgeting less 700,000, which less than what we initially received as opposed to the previous budgeted amount. That may be unclear the way I'm saying it, but I mean we were in a better position by 700,000 as opposed to initially budgeted in 2018, correct?
Yeah, I don't have the page in front of me, but I think staff recommended increasing it by about 25%, which is about $750,000.
Yes, and in the previous year for 2017, we were again in a better position where we budgeted less, but we got back greater amount, and I think it was in the 600,000 something.
That's correct.
So again, I think these comments have already been said that we are budgeting more conservatively than what we are receiving. Ultimately, in our investment returns, I appreciate the staff have already said that they are willing and going forward and looking at our overall strategy of how we're budgeting towards our investment returns, and there may be additional suggestions that come forward. That being said, throughout the day we have heard and we appreciate that there is a great body of work that staff are undertaking in many different reviews towards our reserve policy, review towards perhaps what we are taking out of dividends from our enterprises, review towards how we are allocating for debt, if it could be something borrowed from internally from the city. And then another thing that now we have heard is towards our investment return strategy of how much are we allocating. That all being said, I think it is prudent upon this committee and ultimately council that we could increase the budget towards that expected amount by a small incremental amount that would not necessarily put us into an uncomfortable position if we don't ultimately get the returns that we expect. We are over year getting multiples of hundreds of thousands. So 700,000 last year, 600,000 more the year before. I'm putting forward a suggestion, I think, which is fairly palatable because in comparison to the amounts that we have gone back in return of 100,000. More than what we're budgeting right now. And that's still keeping in spirit that staff are going to look at an overall policy and seeing exactly what that strategy is, which would still give it room in future budgets. Perhaps we are being extremely conservative and we can increase it. And if if we are not, that 100,000, if you have to go the opposite way, is still within, I think, acceptable compression, you can say, if you have to absorb it into the next year, if staff feel that we are budgeting appropriate already and it's not within reason to have increased that budgeted amount. So with those comments being said, I think based on past results, the amount that I'm suggesting of 100,000 is quite conservative, but I'll leave it to council how they feel. And again, the comments have been met. Why would we do it? Because we are already into our a mandate of a rate that's coming at the at inflation or less than inflation. But as I've said, if we have an avenue where we can reduce that impact further, we should not let it go. We should entertain it. And many have done a concerted effort to do so, Councillor Galloway-Seelock and many others. And I think this is an area that we should not let go and just take advantage in the future years as staff will look into that work. I think this is a small advantage that we could take in this budget year as well. And I'm proposing a 100,000 increase. 100,000 increase to the expected return on our investments, which would ultimately reduce the tax base by 100,000 or impact by 100,000.
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone in the queue. We did speak to this earlier. Okay, if no one else is going to speak, I guess I will. I really do appreciate where Councillor Singh is coming from. I'm afraid that I can't support it. Do I disagree? I think I already made the comment. Do I disagree that we're probably not going to end up ahead at the end of the year? I agree. I think we probably will, but it's a risk that I don't think I want to take, especially in a year where our budget is coming in. Actually, we were almost a percentage under the actual inflation. And end of the year inflation, I calculated yesterday, was about almost 2.35. We're already at 2.25. If we have this money at the end of the year, it's not going anywhere. It'll be transferred. It transfers out, and we can use that money in the future year to reduce the levy if need be. I don't see the burning desire this year when the economy is strong. I've always been a strong proponent of save for a rainy day. So I think that this is a place where there is an element of risk. I do see interest rates have stopped climbing. They've become static. There's a very real chance, from what I'm seeing in the economy, from a lot of the earnings reports, especially south of the border, there's a potential for a recession. Interest rates could end up going back down again, and that could actually it could expose us. So I think it's the safer play is to keep an eye on this. We're not giving the taxpayers that extra percentage break this year, but we could give it to them next year or save it for when we have some significant challenges or the time that inflation possibly drops significantly as well. So no one else is commenting. Councillor Singh, I'll let you rebut.
No, it's not a rebut because, again, although I think we see in mind that there is room for flexibility, but I appreciate the cautionary aspect that you're outlining, although I may not agree with all aspects of it, but I appreciate the alternative to what the proposal I'm saying. So instead, I will change, instead of that 100,000 going towards a tax base, I liked what you said about saving for a rainy day. We could still budget 100,000 more than what we're budgeting right now, but that 100,000 going towards a tax stabilization fund. So that's the change I would like to make.
That I could absolutely support. Mayor Rabinovich?
And with that change, I can support it as well. I think we have to be honest with ourselves. We're going to be seeing our first provincial budget come down in the next 2 months. And I would venture to predict, and while we don't have a lot to do with the province, unlike the region which has much more, I think it's fair to assume that we are going to have increased pressures coming at us from all sorts of places to deal with the impacts of upcoming provincial budgets. And this council and regional council are going to be faced, I think, with some tough decisions around the kind of community we want to have in the future, based on some of the rumors that are flying out there. I mean, you know, the latest that just leaked out while we've been in budget has to do with healthcare and the merging of hospitals and the elimination of the LHIN in terms of super agency. I mean, that came out last week, but now it's actually, the draft bill has been leaked today. So, you know, I think there's going to be a bunch of stuff we're going to have to deal with in the coming months, and so I think putting, you know, a little more in a rainy day fund isn't a bad direction, and it's certainly much safer.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola.
I really find it hard to believe what I'm hearing. We have a little chip thrown on the table saying here we are, we can help give our taxpayers a little bit, a little peanuts. And we're saying, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to put it in the bank instead. You really haven't done anything. The only thing you've done is you've denied the fact that a lot of taxpayers are having trouble paying their bills. That's all you've done. You haven't done, by doing that, it's a shell game. You haven't really accomplished anything.
Councillor Gazzola, I'll rebut by saying it's a difference in ideology. One of my biggest concerns is always with government has been the failure to recognize when times are good and to save for that. We've seen that, especially at senior levels of government, escalating debts, deficits, whether the times are good or times are bad. Times are good, and I'm not talking about a huge quantum of money. I'm saying let's save this money for a time when we see deflation and when we're facing cutting services. I'm talking about a time when the economy is in a much more difficult shape than it is today. We're literally in one of the best economic times at the moment, and we need to acknowledge it. Councillor Gazzola.
When customers' bills are going up 4.5%, that's not a great story for them. Okay? It's not, and the sad part of it is that we could carry on in our very prosperous ways and have no impact, and yet give our customers a smaller bill. All day you've said, no, we're not interested in that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just want to agree with what Councillor Gazzola is saying. I mean, it's easy to always look at the big ticket items and forget about the very residents that we're representing. And I wouldn't be at all adverse to putting that money into the tax. I don't know what the wording is, but you know what I mean. Instead of into the reserve or into
stabilization reserve. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So I agree. Like I'm saying, I would transfer it out into our tax stabilization reserve to save for that rainy day. Anyway, there's no one else in the queue, so the motion as moved by Councillor Singh is to transfer $100,000, to increase the expected investment growth for 2019 by $100,000 and to transfer that amount into the tax stabilization reserve. Okay, recorded vote. Those in favor? And opposed? And the motion carries. Okay. Anyone else have any other items they would like to discuss? I'm not seeing any. I'd go back to Mr. Haggie.
So just finally, Mr. Chair, oops. As we've been going through the day, we've been passing some specific resolutions. There's more on the list than we've actually dealt with, so I would suggest it's appropriate if somebody wants to move the balance of, the rest of the resolutions that have not specifically been identified as we've gone through the day.
Moved by Councillor Johnson, so recorded vote. Those in favor? And opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Singh, have you in the queue?
Yeah, it's just a question for the clerks. I think I had noted out some conflicts in capital for some road works. Do I point it out here at this point or in special council?
It would probably be prudent to vote on the capital items separately, but since the balance of resolutions have been passed, you can identify them in special council, and as long as they were correct in the previous sets of minutes, we can go ahead and copy them from there.
Okay. Do I need to give the specifics again, or they were initially noted in committee? I can just reference them. Yeah. Yes, we've gone through it.
Okay. Sorry, I heard for council's fine, right? Or okay. So, Mr. Haggie, back to you. Are we complete?
Yes. As far as we're concerned, committee is done. Now it would be special council to approve and ratify what council's done.
Excellent.
Or committee has done.
Thank you very much. Mayor Vamanovich, want to switch?